Just for those folks listening on Zoom, you are not, the audio problem is not on your end. There is, in fact, not an audio problem. We are just delayed, and so we'll get started soon.
I call the regular assembly meeting of July 28th, 2025 to order at 7:14. Apologies for the slight delay there. Mr. Kelly, would you lead us in the flag salute?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Ms. Wall, would you lead us would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
We would like to acknowledge that the city and borough of Juneau is on Tlingit land and wish to honor the indigenous peoples of this land. For more than 10,000 years, Alaska Native people have been and continue to be integral to the well-being of our community. We're grateful to be in this place, a part of this community, and to honor the culture, traditions, and resilience of the Tlingit people. Gnos Chish.
Ms. Hendricks, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Ms. Adkisson,
Here.
Mr. Bryson,
Present.
Ms. Hall,
Here.
Mr. Steininger,
Here.
Ms. Wall,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Smith,
Here.
and Ms. Weldon, or Madam Mayor Weldon, and Assemblymember Hughes Gandy's are absent.
Very good. Mr. Kelly is.
I apologize, Mr. Kelly.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks. We'll begin with two special orders of business. The first is the United States Coast Guard Appreciation Month. So I'll come out front here and read it. Please join us. Thank you. Whereas, since its founding on August 4th, 1790, the United States Coast Guard has steadfastly served our nation with honor, respect, and devotion to duty, safeguarding our shores, protecting maritime commerce, conducting life-saving operations, and defending our national interests at home and abroad. And whereas, August 11th, 2025 celebrates the commissioning of the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Storis in Juneau. And whereas August 17th to 22nd, 2025 marks the U.S. Coast Guard Arctic District's annual buoy tender roundup, a week-long event in Juneau offering participants an opportunity to receive specialized training, provide discussions to enhance operations, and test their seamanship skills. And whereas the Juneau business community, departments of the City and Borough of Juneau, the United States Navy League Juneau Council, the American Legion Post 25, and the Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 5559 celebrate the 365 officers and crew attending the buoy tender roundup and the commissioning of the Storis by offering thanks and appreciation. And whereas the Juneau maritime community is grateful to security, enforcement, and emergency response from the Coast Guardsmen who maintain aids to navigation, conduct search and rescue, law enforcement missions, and assist in containing and recovering oil spills throughout the great state of Alaska. And whereas Juneau has demonstrated its ability and commitment to support the U.S. Coast Guard, and in particular has been proud to have served as the home port of the buoy tender U.S. Coast Guard Plaintree, Storis, Cape Carter, Liberty, and now the U.S. Coast Guard Reef Shark, U.S. Coast Guard cutter Reef Shark. And whereas the Juneau community is committed to ensuring that newly commissioned Storis will be welcomed now as was her Storis predecessor, the Galloping Ghost of the Alaskan Coast. Now, therefore, I, Greg Smith, Deputy Mayor, on behalf of Beth Weldon, Mayor of the City and Borough of Juneau, now officially designated a Coast Guard city, and on behalf of the City and Borough Assembly, do hereby proclaim August 2025 as U.S. Coast Guard Appreciation Month. I urge all citizens to join in recognizing the dedicated service and enduring legacy of the United States Coast Guard, to participate in events and educational activities that highlight the Coast Guard's contributions, and to show support and appreciation for those who wear the uniform and uphold the proud traditions of this exceptional branch of the armed forces. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Please. We appreciate you very, very much, and all you and your sentinels do. Do you want to say any words? We would appreciate it. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor, members of the Assembly, and residents of Juneau. On behalf of Admiral Bob Little, who is in Hawaii doing his household good moves right now, and the men and women of the United States Coast Guard of Juneau, thank you so much for this great honor. We are very pleased to be here in the city, and having attended Buoy Tender Roundup several times, the city is always so very welcoming to all of our Coast Guard members and our Coast Guard families, who are all Juneau residents as well. So again, thank you.
Thanks. And we'll have you do something if you want to come and do a little walk and shake hands with the Assembly and staff, just a little fun tradition we have. Yes, we certainly appreciate our Coast Guard and service members and their families. We also have a proclamation in recognition of Dave Ringel. So I will read it. And he's listening, and we'll get the honor, I guess, another time. A proclamation in recognition of Dave Ringel. Whereas, after growing up in Wisconsin and going to college, Dave joined the Jesuit Volunteer Corps and taught at the St. Mary's Boarding School in St. Mary's on the lower Yukon River, falling in love with Alaska. And whereas, Dave moved with his wife and 2 children to Juneau in 1993 to teach, eventually setting at Zontekahini Middle School, where he taught until he retired in 2018. And whereas, he came out of retirement as a former middle school teacher to take the position of Executive Director of St. Vincent de Paul in 2020, and whereas in the coming months, he met with staff and board members, finding their talents and coming up with a game plan to move the organization forward. And whereas Dave was the driving force behind securing funds to repave the St. Vincent de Paul parking lot, re-side and paint the shelter, fix the leaky shelter roof, and replace rotting and deteriorated second floor emergency exits with galvanized steel. And whereas when St. Vincent de Paul facilities were faced with major crises, Dave responded by making sure residents and staff were safe, got housed for those who could not stay in damaged apartments, mobilized maintenance workers, hired contractors, secured funds to cover costs, and overcame the difficulties. And whereas from March 2020 to July 2021, during the COVID-19 pandemic, Dave established health and safety protocols in line with CDC recommendations, such as proper distancing for cots, masking, and developing referral options for quarantine and isolation, while St. Vincent de Paul provided more than 20,795 bed nights at the Jack that included meals and personal protective equipment, effectively safeguarding the majority of the community's most vulnerable through the crisis. And whereas, as a former basketball coach, Dave excels at motivating others, even when they're struggling, and was able to persevere and get tasks done. And whereas, Dave will be stepping down as Executive Director of St. Vincent de Paul, and while he'll still be actively supporting the St. Vincent de Paul mission, he will surely work plenty more bike trips into his life. Now, therefore, I, Greg Smith, Deputy Mayor, on behalf of Beth A. Weldon, Mayor of the City and Borough of Juneau, and the City and Borough of Juneau Assembly, do hereby formally acknowledge and congratulate Dave Ringel for his contributions to the community, especially to our most vulnerable populations. Some applause for Dave. And we will get this to Dave at appropriate time, but thank you. Yeah. Dave, we hear you are on Zoom. We can bring you over so the crowd can see you, and if you want to share some words.
Dave, if you're on Zoom, can you raise your hand?
Very good. I'm sure he'll share some words about this eventually. But Dave, thank you for all your service and the things you've done with St. Vincent de Paul, our community. Very much appreciates you and your team's efforts. Okay. Those were our special order of business. Moving on to approval of minutes. We have a good number of minutes. Thank you, clerks and Ms. Hendricks, for getting those to us. Ms. Hall, may I ask you for a motion to approve the 7 sets of minutes, please?
I move we approve minutes from the regular assembly meetings, April 7th, 2025, May 19th, 2025, June 6th, 2025, and special assembly meeting, June 11th, 2025, June 23rd, 2025, July 9th, 2025, and July 23rd, 2025, and ask for unanimous consent.
Mr. Kelly,
I believe Ms. Hall might have meant June 9th, 2025 instead of June 6th.
very good. We'll take that as a friendly amendment. Any objection to the motion? Seeing none, those minutes are approved. Madam Manager, any requests for agenda changes?
No.
Thank you. Moving on to public participation on non-agenda items. There are a few that I will call up, and we'll give you time since you are here to, even though things may be on consent. And I will say for those on the hazard mitigation plan, we'll pull that from the consent agenda. That will be then added to the public hearing, and any public comment on that topic will be brought up at that time. First, we will go to Zoom for non-agenda items. I have Matthew Koch. If Matthew is on Zoom, we can bring him over. If you'd raise your hand, I believe it's *9 if you're on your phone. Do we see Mr. Koch there? Okay, very good. Moving to those in the room, I have Mel Izzard. And then after that, I have Phil Mosier. So if people want to queue up, because it is a little bit of a walk over to the microphone. Mel Izzard, if you would let us know what part of town you're from, your name, and then you have 2 minutes for testimony. Please begin.
Hi, I'm Mel Izzard and I live in the Valley. I'm testifying today on behalf of myself regarding the proposed ordinance amending the Disorderly Conduct Code. So the language in the packet states that this ordinance would only speed up the process that police are already undertaking. I respect the desire for increased efficiency, but this type of ordinance opens the door for a lot of major issues and concerns. Last year, the Supreme Court case Grants Pass versus Johnson set the precedent that cities are allowed to criminalize people sleeping outside, even with a lack of shelter space or a lack of trust in those shelter spaces. This case happened a year ago, and in Grants Pass, Oregon, absolutely nothing has changed. Police have struggled to enforce the new ordinance, and camps have just picked up and moved elsewhere. Nothing has changed other than more stress on the city, more stress on the police, and more stress on the houseless people they're attempting to criminalize. Blocking public areas by standing, walking, or camping. I'm wondering if the city is also planning to arrest our tourists for blocking public areas with their standing and walking, or if they only care about arresting our houseless neighbors. This ordinance feels like a symbolic effort to crack down on safety and cleanliness under the guise of efficiency, but it would merely make it easier and easier for police to arrest houseless people. How are houseless people who can't even afford a meal going to be able to afford a fine? How are houseless people supposed to find a job or an apartment when they have a criminal record just for trying to sleep outside? The purported intentions of this ordinance may be good, but it opens the door for increased harm for all of us. I encourage Assembly members to review statements put out by the ACLU on a similar ordinance that just passed in Anchorage. You can safely be sure that if the ACLU is against what you're proposing, it will likely do more harm than good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Izzard. Were there any questions, clarifying questions from the Assembly? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Mr. Mosier, thank you for being here. Please say your name, part of town, and you have 2 minutes for testimony. Thank you. Oh, maybe hit the mic again and get it green on the bottom. There we go.
My name is Philip Moser, Valiant representing myself. I'm testifying on the same as the previous testifier on the upcoming disorderly conduct ordinance. As far as I can recollect, this is the first substantial ordinance or piece of legislation that's happened focusing on our houseless individuals in the community since the death of Steve Kisek and the death of Ashley Ray Johnston. Around that time, the Assembly said that it was going to be important to have difficult conversations and to make sure that that kind of thing didn't happen again. And the first thing that we see is further criminalization of our houseless community. And it is our community. These are our neighbors. This is also coming as the city admits that if we had more resources, if we had more support on the federal and state level to build housing, we could offer more beds for people, and that could solve quite a bit of this problem. However, under this current administration, we are in the midst of enormous cuts to HUD. We are under enormous cuts to mental health care. We are under enormous cuts to every kind of social support that the city says is an alternative to criminalization. And instead, we are spending more money on that criminalization here. If we had a problem with people that are not a part of this community coming in, undergoing violent actions that make people afraid, that close down businesses, that make this community wonder what the city is doing, who's being held responsible, and why something's not being done, I would argue that the city's complacency and silence around Customs and Border Patrol in town, because that is a non-local presence that just recently came in, and other entities like what the mayor referred to by its full acronym, the visible, I keep on getting this one wrong, Interpolation Prevention Response Task Force, the TSA task force that is known as VIPER, that is.
Mr. Moser, I'm sorry to interrupt you. If you could just, your 2 minutes are up. If you could just wrap up in a final sentence would be appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. The city's choosing to further criminalize and cause harm instead of undergoing any kind of kindness, any kind of social work, any kind of building of our community that would actually help. That's the wrong path. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moser. Any questions for Mr. Moser from the Assembly? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Moser. Next, I have Deanna Darnell, and I will say, Ms. Darnell, I was not certain if it was a agenda item you were hoping to testify, non-agenda? Okay, please, very good. And please say your name, part of town you live in, and you have 2 minutes.
Dina Darnall Douglas. I served on the Juneau School Board for 3 years, so I understand how thankless your community service is. So I am standing here and thanking you for your community service, each and every one of you. You'll receive a full account of the incident with all the players involved later this week, as well as the Docks and Harbor Board, as I will be attending their meeting on Thursday. I was specifically sent to you by the Coast Guard Waterways Department, who agreed that my concern carries public danger and stated that the solution is for CBJ to adopt an ordinance specifically to make the Coghlan Island Cut a no-wake zone. TBMP's attempt at recommendations and the voluntary common sense by the boat captains has not alleviated the danger at the Coghlan Cut. On July 17th, I was kayaking with my 2 grandchildren on a 2-day trip, and we took a break at the Coghlan Island Cut at low tide. And when we were rested, we got back in right at the red can. And I sent the first one around the corner because there's boats coming and going. There were no boats when we entered the kayaks. Put him around the corner of the rocks. Put the second one in the double, which I accompanied him in. And the second he sat down, a large double-decker 40-plus passenger boat came right next to us, full speed, right on the red can. There's 100 feet in that pass, right on us. 3 wakes came over the top of our heads, faces, and chests and filled our boat with gallons of water. It was incredibly scary. And had it been 2 seconds earlier, he would have been stepping into that boat and would been knocked over. Had it been 2 seconds later, I wouldn't have been there to comfort him and protect him. And I would have been walking into my boat and I would have gotten knocked over, possibly getting a broken hip or hand.
Ms. Darnell, your 2 minutes are up if you wouldn't mind.
Okay.
Fine.
I don't want the Coast Guard to get involved because they require severe injury or death. And my hopes is that the City Assembly also doesn't want the Coast Guard getting involved, because I hope that you don't want severe injury or death to your constituents. And I hope to see this ordinance be passed at your next meeting. And I look forward to hearing from you. Thanks.
Very good. Any questions for Ms. Darnell from the Assembly? I actually had one. My understanding was that they should whale watch boats can use the cut, but they have to be going at a slow rate of speed. And I think that's maybe a TBMP agreement. Do you know if that's the case?
TBMP has and CWA, the other organization, they sort of have a loose policy to not go through the cut outbound because of that rock outcropping they can't see. But inbound, they are to look at the beach and slow down appropriately. This captain did not do that. There was a boat following him immediately that was following him in, but he saw us and he slowed down, and he admitted what happened was incredibly wrong. Everybody's admitted that it was horrible and shouldn't happen. And the problem is TBMP has recommendations. There isn't regulations. And so that's the part that needs to change. The first boat didn't have AIS either, which TBMP recommends but doesn't regulate.
Thank you, Ms. Darnell.
Yeah.
Any further questions from the Assembly? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, I have Catherine Reardon. Ms. Reardon, if you'd say your name, part of town you live in, and you have 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. Oh, hit it one more time. There you go.
I hadn't hit it even one time. Hi, I'm Catherine Reardon. I live downtown. All I wanted to say is I can hear my neighbors talking and I can hear you. And so I'm really appreciative about this new location. It really is much better for public participation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to know you can hear us. Any questions from the Assembly? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, I have Abby Arnold. Abby Arnold? No? Okay, very good. And I can, at that time, I will ask if others want to testify, and if you'd like to testify, then you can as well. Very good. Next, I have Troy Shane Williams.
Good evening. Most of you probably don't know me. My name is Troy Shane Williams. I'm the owner of Deluxe Rides, Evergreen Taxi, Taku Taxi, and Capital Cab. I'm here for a simple consideration. Tried to contact the city manager 2 months ago, never got a return phone call. Tried to deal with some issues with the CPV, which if you're not aware of what the CPV is, it's a Commercial Passenger Vehicle Administrator. Okay, that's basically an authority that's passed from you folks to the city manager, to the chief of police, and then they assign those duties to those individuals. First and foremost, right now, it could take anywhere between 2 weeks and 3 months to license a cab driver in Juneau, Alaska. Now, 2 previous managers have provided paperwork that showed the way Fairbanks does it, which is a very rapid fashion. I've held a permit to drive taxi in Juneau for over 30 years. It took 2 days when I first started back in the early 90s to get a permit to drive taxi that was temporary for 30 as they sent off our paperwork for NCIC. Now, I've asked administratively, I've asked city managers. So apparently my asking doesn't go upon anything other than deaf ears and the circular file with the paperwork that we showed them. That's inefficient and ineffective. So either you guys are hiring people that have care and competence for their job and alignment and loyalty to what the citizens of the city are asking for, but we are now competing with international multi-billion-dollar companies in competition that can put cars and drivers on in 3 days. You know, it's kind of ineffective to go to the police department, hasn't gone anywhere. Went to 2 city managers, hasn't gone anywhere. Tried to contact the present city manager 2 months ago. Didn't get a return phone call. Right? This is unacceptable and it's unappreciated. There's a reason why the state of Alaska and a lot of the cities are rated one of the lowest to do business with in the United States. I think we're 50th as a state, 50th to do business in. So I don't know if you guys can address it, but from now on, I'm not going to your administrators or the people that you guys have hired. I'll be in here so that the public is aware of it.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any questions from the assembly? Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. You mentioned that it takes, if I heard you right, you mentioned that it takes about 3 months for somebody to get a license, but you're also mentioning that certain groups can also do it in 3 days. I was wondering if you'd be able to clarify that
Sure.
for me.
It takes the city and borough of Juneau 2 weeks to 3 months to license a taxi driver at times. If that driver does not have the paperwork appropriate that the city is requesting under the ordinance, all right, they will make that driver or that individual applying go out and chase all that paperwork. Previously, when I first started driving in 1991, I believe it is, the city did that. You went in, got fingerprinted, they sent you off on an NCIC. It's my understanding that every staffer at the police department and most of the supervisory staff, not to mention the hospital, are all NCIC'd. There's no reason why the city doesn't do that for the cabs, especially the drivers. Uber and Lyft can license their drivers and their vehicles in 3 days. I'm qualified to drive both, so I know what I'm competing with. And it took me 3 days to get licensed to drive both Uber and Lyft, both my vehicle and approved by them.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any further questions from the assembly? Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Williams, for being here. Are you, excuse my ignorance, but is this a concern for you because you have to get licensed every year, or because you're helping people get licensed, or kind of where does the bottleneck happen?
Here's the issue, very simply. Why does it take 2 weeks to 3 months to get a license to drive cab in Juneau, Alaska? It's ineffective and inefficient. We have provided a categorical expediting of it that Fairbanks uses. And I believe Anchorage, from what I understand with the 2 phone calls I made last week, they're looking at doing it as well if they haven't already done it. And they could put those people on the street in less than 5 days or 3 days. There's no reason for that to not be the case. I mean, we're in a digital age. I mean, finding out that the federal government now to retire can take 6 weeks to 6 months because they take the paperwork and put it in a limestone cave is, for better want of a word, asinine. You know,
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any further questions? Mr. Williams, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Were there other members of the public who wish to testify on non-agenda items? Yes. Ms. Heimbigner. Yeah, please say your name, part of town, and you'll have 2 minutes. Oh, there we go. Hit the button once more. There we go.
How's that?
Excellent.
Okay,
You're
got
going
it. Okay. I just have a request, and that is you have on your agenda today a report from the short-term rental task force who put in a good 5 months struggling with a task that was poorly defined for them, and they did their best, bless their hearts. And I attended every single meeting and watched their efforts, and they were diligent in their pursuit. But I would like to ask with that report before it goes before the assembly as a whole, that you also add a report that was done by Agnew Beck Consulting, recently revised in July of 2024. The city bought and paid for this, and I'd like for that report to go with the short-term rental report. It is the Northwest Douglas Sub-Area Study, Housing Need and Residential Financial Feasibility Findings. There's some interesting facts in there that address the availability of affordable housing in this town, which was assumed to be the direction for the short-term rental task force. However, the report that I just mentioned has some interesting detailed housing data. It addresses the reason for the lack of availability. It talks about the change in demographics, how us older people are living in our home longer. It talks about new housing construction as the solution rather than restricting a dynamic revenue source, which the city enjoys right now. So anyway, that was it. I just wanted to ask that that report be added to the short-term rental task force report to give a broader perspective of the objective and hopefully a better outcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Heimbigner. Questions for Ms. Heimbigner from the assembly? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Anyone else for public testimony on non-agenda items? Seeing none, we will move to the consent agenda. Are there public requests for consent agenda changes other than ordinances for introduction? Are there any assembly requests for consent agenda changes? Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I would like to request resolution 2022 be pulled from the consent agenda.
Very good. That is item 4, resolution 4022, correct? The hazard mitigation plan. Excellent. So that we'll pull that from the consent agenda and we can do it first in public hearing. Any further requests for consent agenda changes? Seeing none, Mr. Bryson,
Thank
a
you, Mr.
motion on the
Deputy
consent
Mayor.
agenda, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I move that the Assembly adopt the amended consent agenda, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Very good. Seeing no objection, that motion is adopted. That brings us to public hearing. Our first item is resolution 4022. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Ordinance 2025-32 AM, an ordinance amending the, Ordinance 4022, a resolution of the City and Borough of Juneau adopting the 2025 Multi-Jurisdictional Hazard Mitigation Plan Update.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. This resolution adopts an update to our hazard mitigation plan. If you recall, we're supposed to be adopting this every 5 years, and we need it to be eligible for certain hazard mitigation grants. So we are actually preparing to apply for grants in October for Glacial Lake outburst flood mitigation, which is why we've really put a lot of work on prioritizing this plan. The draft plan before you, there have been iterations of it. The last iteration that you're approving was shared at a June 30th, on June 30th, and is also available online. It's a very, very long plan, hundreds and hundreds of pages, which is why it's not included in the packet. I recommend you take public testimony and adopt this resolution.
Oh, excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Manager. For public testimony on this item, first I have Kay Mell. And Ms. Mell, if you would say your name, part of town you live in, and then you'll have 2 minutes for testimony.
My name is Kay Mell. I live downtown. I'm testifying on my own behalf. As Deputy Manager Smith noted, this was last reviewed by the Assembly on June 30th.
Ms. Mell, yeah, could you, it is a little harder. Yep, if you speak right in there. Perfect, thank you.
As Deputy Manager Smith noted, this was last reviewed by the Assembly on June 30th. Since then, the consultant has made changes to the report. In conversations with other members of the public, apparently the final consultant's draft, which you are being asked to recommend, was released at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And I don't think it's possible for anyone to have reviewed it. So you are making a resolution to adopt a document which has not been possible to review. And I don't think this is good public practice. I do understand the time pressures that you're under. I understand the importance of adopting this at the very earliest possible opportunity, which this is. But this is not the way public processes should work, and I hope it doesn't happen again. Speaking to the ordinance itself, I think I would appreciate if you could approve it with deletion of the Tetra Tech quotes that begin around page 3-64, which are the ones to which I take issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mell. Any questions from the Assembly? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Next, I have Jean McBrien. Ms. McBrien, if you would say your name, part of town you live in, and you'll have 2 minutes.
My name is Jean McBrien. I live downtown, and we've been following, my neighbors and myself, the landslide issue for quite some time. Kay Mell was right. I did get in touch with Laura Young today at noon, and she sent me the link to the newest update, the final update. I, of course, went right to the landslide portion. I didn't have time between 4 and 7 to go back and read everything else, but I'm sure you had the same problem. I do not believe that the Assembly is doing due diligence in the fact that I can pretty much guess you haven't had a chance, you're busy people, haven't had a chance to read the whole thing, neither have I. But due diligence would say the Assembly should take the time to see the changes, to monitor the changes. There's a significant change in the wording as far as introducing the landslide plan, but they still have those Tetra Tech words in there and also some maps. So we all know, we were all there when we made sure that the ordinance stated there must be a disclaimer anytime the Tetra Tech maps are there. And they've made a pass at trying to do a disclaimer, but we even gave them the wording. I remember Wade Bryson reading the wording. So it just needs to be looked at and needs to be pulled. And yes, I know you're in a hurry. Everybody's in a hurry, but this is going to affect a lot of people. And it's very important that you take the time to look the thing over. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for testifying, Ms. McBrien. Any questions from the Assembly? Mr. Kelly?
Thank you, Ms. McBrien, for your testimony. Would you feel more comfortable with this passing today if we also directed staff to bring the final draft before us for review? Or would you prefer that, are you asking that it just be delayed?
Well, certainly I would like there to be a delay so that you would all have the opportunity to read it as well as us. You know, I did find a major change in the wording as far as the landslides are concerned, and I think it would be important to look the whole thing over. It's just due diligence.
Thank you.
Any further questions for Ms. McBrien? Ms. McBrien, thank you for your testimony. Next, I have Larry Fanning. Mr. Fanning, you have, please say your name, part of town you live in, and you have 2 minutes for your testimony.
Good evening. I'm Larry Fanning. I live downtown. I'm here to testify on the hazard plan. Being an ex-fire chief, I definitely believe in planning, and I definitely believe in looking at hazards. But when I look at this plan, I'm finding some deficiencies in the 2 areas. One is in the product, and the other is in the policy. In the product side of it, on page 154, or section 3-64, Tetra Tech is listed and the disclosures are not there. The solution to that is to delete the section of 3-64. The other issue with the product is that we have not been able to have the time to review the final draft. It came out again, like was said, at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And the plan doesn't address some issues that could make it better, for example, by looking at what Sitka has done with regard to landslides. They have developed a warning system. They've developed 3 galvanized pipes in the ground that measures moisture to help determine whether the probability of the landslide is going to happen. And that should be looked at and should be included in the plan. As far as the policy goes, there were 3 reviews on the plan. The first one we didn't seem to get notice of. It was the original organization of the meeting. The second one was a plan of the a meeting of the review of the mitigation plan. And the third one was a review of the draft of the draft. We did not have, which was laid out in the proposed policy, that we would have an opportunity to review the final draft. So that pretty much concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Fanning. Any questions for Mr. Fanning from the Assembly? Mr. Fanning, thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, I have Olivia Seniko. Ms. Seniko, if you'd step up, say your name, part of town you live in, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Hey there, Olivia Seniko. I live downtown. I'm going to be honest, I'm not totally up to date about what's going on because things have happened so fast. I understand that CBJ needs to get this done, and I know that the intentions are good. But for those of us who spent years engaging with public process around the Tetra Tech study and working to get to a place where at least I felt, and I know many of my neighbors felt pretty good about where it landed. You know, the maps are out there, people can be informed, but the language that the Assembly recommended be included, the disclaimer language, also was really clear about some of the deficiencies in the maps, as well as very clear that the Assembly was not adopting the maps. And that, from what I can tell, having just had the chance to review the final draft that was made available just a couple of hours ago, I don't feel that that disclaimer language is sufficiently included in this draft. I know that I know that CBJ is trying its best to do what it needs to do, but for those of us who worked really, really hard and to make sure that the Tetra Tech study, which has known errors in it, was sort of adequately disclaimed, I guess. To see that the disclaimer language is not included in such an official document is pretty discouraging. So, yeah, thanks. Any questions?
Any questions from Ms. Seniko? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight.
Thank you, guys.
Next, I have Kyle Rennick. Mr. Rennick, if you'd say your name, part of town, and you'll have 2 minutes to testify.
Sure, folks. Thank you all so much for hearing me. Kyle Rennick. I live downtown Juneau, and I'm testifying on behalf of myself. Same vein as everybody else here. I really appreciate the work that the Assembly does. I know this is really important for a lot of reasons, and I value you giving us this time, and I really hope that the public process surrounding this can be upheld from what was involved a lot of hours before. I'm just going to really quickly read the language because it's a different, the disclaimer that the city adopted in lieu of adopting the maps said the city and borough of Juneau did not adopt these landslide hazard assessment maps, period. That's how it starts. And in this hazard mitigation plan, what it says in the newest language is that the 2022 Tetra Tech maps are not currently used for land use development and are noted to require more detailed site-specific investigations to determine risk at the parcel level. And then it goes on to say that they are the most current available specific information or scientific information. That's a very favorable light. The disclaimer that we work through a public process to develop is not nearly as favorable. It says a more detailed site-specific investigation and evaluation would be required to determine risk to and appropriate mitigations for specific properties. At the very least, if this the Tetra Tech information is going to be used in this, the entire disclaimer should be used. It's much different and it points to what is still needed. If the city can do that kind of hazard assessment for both downtown and the rest of Juneau in a fair and comprehensive way, I'm all about it. I want us to be safe. I want us to know the dangers. But as long as this project, which was done in 2022, continues to not be comprehensive and not to be accurate, it shouldn't be used for future projects as if it were okay. If it's going to be used as that, which I don't think it should at least have that disclaimer on it or language that's that strong or stronger. We put in a lot of time and effort to ensure that that happened to protect ourselves and our investments, and it's not fair that the city not hold accountable other people who are going to use that information in the future to our detriment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Resnick. Any questions for Mr. Resnick from the Assembly? Mr. Resnick, thank you for being here tonight. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to testify on Resolution 4022? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the Assembly. Mr. Kelly.
I move that the Assembly adopt Resolution 4022 and object for the purposes of a question.
Very good. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I would ask the city manager if she could, you did kind of speak to the urgency and the timeline that we needed to adopt this. If you could just remind us of that timeline. Thank you.
Madam Manager.
Thank you. Yes, sorry, distracted a little bit. Madam Clerk, apparently there is someone on Zoom. If they signed up to testify by 4 p.m., then they would also want to testify on this item. I'm going to go ahead. I don't know that they did. So I'm going to let you work on that while I try to answer Assembly Member Kelly's question. And I'm going to have my emergency manager come up for questions because undoubtedly I will have a question. You will have a question that I cannot answer. But we are really waiting to have an approved plan for the release of the NOFO in October for grants. And look, he gave me some great information. Instead of reading his text, I'm just going to hand it over to emergency manager. Thank you.
Thank you. So to clarify on the timeline for the approval process for this plan, as presented in the committee of the whole meeting on July 14th, we're doing this process a little bit differently in order to expedite. Typically, hazard mitigation plans are approved by the state of Alaska, approved by FEMA, and then sent back to the local jurisdiction in order to be adopted. In order to expedite that, we are asking the Assembly to adopt this plan ahead of those approvals. The approval from the state of Alaska DHSEM is anticipated to take about 30 days. FEMA has 45 days to accept the plan. Our deadline for the hazard mitigation grant program is October 15th. So we are in a tight timeline, and we do have the ability to request a waiver from FEMA for the adoption of this plan. That's contingent upon their approval and best judgment.
I have a follow-up on that. So you said that typically it would go to FEMA for approval then and come back to a local jurisdiction for adoption. Why can't we do it that way?
The primary reason that we're not doing that is it to expedite. Our hope is that by having the assembly and the tribe adopt this plan, it would expedite the approval process by FEMA in the state. That mark of confidence by the local jurisdiction is a strong vote in favor of approval.
Manager Kester? You have something?
Thank you. I just will add that at the committee of the whole, we did talk about if FEMA, through that process, required amendments to the plan, that we would report back anything, but the resolution does adopt it. The resolution that you're adopting tonight does allow that plan to be further tweaked if necessary by FEMA. And the other thing we talked about at the committee of the whole was that really we should be reviewing this document on an annual basis and readopting it every 5 years. So we really need to be spending a lot more time with our hazard mitigation plan, and we will commit to doing that in the future.
Thank you. I guess I had a follow-up too. Is it because the timeline is so tight that in the FEMA approval could take long, it could go so long that we wouldn't have time to then bring it back to the assembly to, adopt the resolution after FEMA's, given their approval or asked for amendments?
You're correct.
And just one more follow-up. There's a chance, though, if FEMA moved quickly, that we potentially could have time to see that the approved plan and adopt it then. Or is that just not? Yeah.
I guess my recommendation would be that if you want more time to chew on the plan, that we schedule it for a subsequent meeting rather than sending it off to FEMA and then reapproving it when it comes back. I think that we can schedule a special meeting for that. But that if that's something that the body wants to do, I think that would be my recommendation.
Thank you. Any other questions from the assembly on this resolution? Seeing that, I'm going to just ask for a brief at ease. bringing us back to order. Thank you. Just had some questions on timing and process. Obviously, we know this is moving quickly because having an adopted hazard mitigation plan allows, accessibility, eligibility for some key federal grants that we know we and some of our neighbors need. I'm trying to balance, and I understand that this is moving quickly and it's challenging. I mean, it is not ideal public policy. I will admit that from my perspective. But again, trying to move because we need to. An idea that was just brought up to us that I'm going to give a shot is I would move that with the hazard mitigation plan, we attach as an appendix the ordinance amending the City and Borough of Juneau Code related to the development and landslide and avalanche hazard areas. And that talks about, it goes through the history of how the maps were not adopted. They're only adopted in certain, for avalanche areas. And it, I think, does a better job of addressing the history of the maps and the assemblies, not adoption of the maps. This might be a way forward. It seems like maybe including that history will be useful for people using the map, or, looking at the plan, looking at the maps. Sorry, that was a rambling motion, so let me try that again. I would move that the ordinance.
Point of order.
Madam, Ms. Wall.
Deputy Mayor,
Yeah.
I do not believe you can make a motion.
You are correct, and also realizing none of you have seen the ordinance and probably do not remember it from 2023. Maybe we just need a brief at ease. Sorry, yeah. First, I will hand the gavel. Mr. Bryson, please. Thank you. No. Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Smith, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. I would move that we attach the ordinance, serial number 2023-18 amended, which amends the City and Borough of Juneau Code related to the development of landslide and avalanche hazard areas to this recently, the final draft of the hazard mitigation plan. And if I may speak to, well, I kind of did already.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Yes.
Are there questions or comments on the motion? Are there any objections to the motion? Okay, we got a couple objections. Mr. Steiniger.
I guess I'll object and just ask that that be distributed to the body.
Very good. We may just have one copy, but can we pull it up or gather round?
The beauties of not having a meeting where your printer is, we will, maybe, do you want to, we'll share a link and you can take it at ease. And those who have electronic devices can read it on their link and we'll distribute that paper copy. Does that work, Deputy Mayor?
That seems good. Thank you, Madam Manager. So maybe we need.
Deputy Mayor Smith, I still had somebody else with their hand raised down here. Are we on at ease right now? Do you need is it time for the at ease?
Sure, unless anyone else has another question.
Ms. Wool.
I'll speak to my objection after the at ease.
Any additional comments before the at ease? Seeing none, we're at an at ease. take us back from, we are back in session. We heard Mr. Smith's motion. We have objections. Ms. Wool, I believe we're up to you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. I'll object probably for two reasons. First, my understanding is Clinton Heides is going to be hopefully adopting their plan tonight as well. So wanting to continue to move this forward on our timeline. Secondly, as a policymaker who was trained as a scientist, it's hard sometimes to not keep the two things from merging in with each other, but the document that the amendment would be attaching, in my mind, is a policy document, and the hazard mitigation plan uses our science as its backbone. So just keeping the two separate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wool. Any additional comments or questions from the Assembly? Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. I guess I realize this is a bit at the end. I've said, during the process and we talked about those maps, a big thing was we know the risk of landslide exists throughout the borough. There was a landslide in North Douglas. There's been landslides, in Twin Lakes. It lists a number of them in the hazard mitigation plan. I think one thing that as we worked on it, a big onus for me was to just say, oh, the risk is downtown and here's the maps and all that was just kind of inherently unfair to those downtown property owners. There was risk of not being able to get, someone looking to buy, to get financing or to get insurance to provide financing. This way, attaching this may be a way that we can include that history, include some of the disclaimer without putting it into the plan. It's attached as an appendix. Maybe a happy way forward. Again, we know this is a suboptimal public process, but we also know there is a strong need to move quickly. So appreciate the body's consideration.
Other comments or questions from the Assembly? Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Just a question for the attorney. Being that we are adopting this in concurrence with the tribal government, if we were to make this amendment tonight, would they be required to concur? Would they have the opportunity to concur? What would be the process going forward with that?
Madam Attorney.
Thank you for the question. So we are separate entities, separate organizations. They are not required to match what we do, and we are not required to match what they do.
Additional questions or comments? I'm going to take the moment to weigh in. I did like how CBJ and Clinton and Haida and the state agencies had the public process or the public outreach where they had public meetings where they invited comment. I don't feel like while this plan might have gone from the discussion stage to a plan quicker than some folks would like, we've been talking about this for some time now, and I felt confident in the direction that we were already moving in. While I appreciate Deputy Mayors trying to get us a happy path out of here, we've done this in conjunction with Clinton and Haida and other agencies, and I would say that we should stay consistent so that it's a united front that everybody's putting forward, and we're not sticking special things in there from CBJ side. That is all. Madam Clerk, we have a motion and we have objection. Would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. For the motion to adopt Resolution 4022, a resolution of the City and Borough of Juneau.
Madam Clerk, I believe that we have I might have misspoken. We're voting on the amendment that Mr. Deputy Mayor Smith proposed to connect an ordinance to the resolution. I think that's the...
Yes,
would that be...
apology. And to include attachment ordinance 2023-18.
You've heard the motion? She's reading it out.
Apologies. A motion to include the ordinance 2023-18 in the resolution as an attachment. Mr. Steininger, or sorry, apologies, Deputy Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Mr. Steininger,
No.
Ms. Hall,
No.
Mr. Kelly,
Yes.
Ms. Adkisson,
No.
Ms. Wall,
No.
Mr. Bryson.
No.
Motion fails with 5 nays and 2 yeas.
And that brings us back to the original motion. I'll hand the gavel back to Deputy Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. So now the motion to adopt the resolution is before us. Any objection to that motion? Mr. Kelly?
I don't know if I really need to speak too much to my objection. I think I just feel uncomfortable with the process. I think if I were going to vote to approve something, I would like to spend a little more time reviewing it. I would like to see a little more public process. I realize that this is urgent, but I just don't feel comfortable moving forward at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Further comments? I'll just briefly chime in. Again, far from optimal public process, but there is just a need to move. The risk and the inability to get these certain grants or have the eligibility is paramount. So I will support the resolution, as maybe flawed as the process is. Ms. Hendricks, we have a motion and an objection. Would you please call the roll?
Mr. Kelly,
No.
Ms. Hall,
Yes.
Mr. Bryson,
Yes.
Ms. Adkisson,
Yes.
Mr. Steininger,
Yes.
Ms. Wall,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Motion passes. We have 6 yeas and 1 nays.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks. Let's take a 10-minute break here. Come back at 8:40. Good to go? I'll bring the assembly back to order. We are on public hearing item number 1. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Ordinance 2025-32 AM, an ordinance amending the sales tax code of the city and borough of Juneau.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This ordinance puts a seasonal sales tax on the October ballot. The body has been talking about this since the Finance Committee meeting in May. If you recall, the original ordinance introduced linked exempting food and utilities from sales tax. However, at the Committee of the Whole meeting, you amended it to remove that exemption. So it is just the seasonal sales tax. That's 2.5% October 1 through March 31 and 6.5% April 1 through September 30th. It also repeals the temporary 3% sales tax and the permanent 1% sales tax. I know there are a number of amendments in here, so that we'll be discussing kind of rewording some of that language. I do recommend you take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I have members of the public who would like to testify. First, I have Ms. Rodell, followed by Bob Jacobson. Ms. Rodell, if you'd head over to the microphone, let us know your name, part of town you live in, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Angela Rodell, and I live in downtown Juneau. I'm a member of the Affordable Juneau Coalition, and I am here today to voice my opposition to the proposed seasonal sales tax increase. At a time when many in our community are already struggling with the rising cost of living, housing, food, childcare, utilities, substantially increasing the sales tax for 6 months over the summer is not only ill-timed, it is fundamentally unaffordable for working families and individuals on fixed incomes. While the proposal is framed as seasonal increase with a decrease included for 6 months over the fall and winter, the effect of this ordinance is a permanent rise in the overall sales tax. The new annual sales tax rate will be 5.5%, not our current 5%, and it will be permanent. That means anyone who buys school supplies in August, flood mitigation needs in July, or household necessities in June will be paying a higher rate, 7.5%, just for living their everyday lives. Let's be clear, this is not a targeted tax on tourists. This affects everyone who shops locally during the 6 months from April through September: seniors, families with children, seasonal workers, and year-round residents alike. The idea that residents should shoulder a higher burden during the very months when costs are already elevated. Think additional childcare expenses because school is out, back-to-school shopping, supplies to protect a home from flooding. It just doesn't add up. This increase also moves Juneau further away from affordability. We've heard again and again that affordability is one of the biggest concerns in our community. So why are we implementing policies that make living here more expensive, especially for those who can least afford it? Finally, this draft ordinance removes all references to exemptions for groceries and utilities. The summary provided by the city manager indicates the seasonal sales tax is necessary to offset potential revenue loss from a citizen initiative to exempt essential groceries and utilities from the current sales tax.
Mr. Dell, I'm sorry, 2 minutes are very short, but if you would take a moment to wrap up.
This measure creates unnecessary confusion and conflict for voters. I urge you to reject the ordinance, await the results of the sales tax exemption initiative in October, and reconsider how we approach affordability, equity, and fiscal responsibility in Juneau. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dell. Questions from the assembly? Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Ms. Rodell, thank you for coming and testifying. My question is the same that we are letting, or Juneauites are going to be able to answer the question, do they want sales tax exemptions on food and home utilities? Why would you not want Juneauites to have an opportunity to answer this question at the same time? Because we're voting to put this on the ballot, and so it would be asked right alongside other community questions. Is there a reason why you wouldn't want the community to vote on this and be able to have like a community say on if they want seasonal sales tax or not?
I absolutely believe that the voters of this community should have a say on seasonal sales tax. I don't think this is the year. I don't think you should have competing ballot measures regarding the sales tax on the same election.
Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Riddell, for being here and for organizing an effort to get food and utilities exempted from sales tax. That is our goal as well. And what we're voting on tonight is to put on the ballot a way to make sure that we don't need to significantly cut our services to do that. What is Affordable Juneau's position on how the city would address the revenue shortage that would come from exempting food and utilities without a seasonal sales tax?
I think it's really important that we get smarter about how we fund services and that we focus on our must-haves versus our nice-to-haves. And I understand that exempting utilities and groceries will create a potential revenue shortfall. But when you considered the wastewater utility rate increases, there was no discussion of the fact that you were going to collect additional sales tax revenue as a result of the higher utility rates. And when I asked about how much you would earn in that, I was told that it wasn't in your forecast, in your revenue forecast. So I would ask respectfully that you do a year where you see what the seasonal sales, or you do what the sales tax without groceries, without utilities collects, and then you move forward with decisions, because you may be surprised that it's not as much as you think it is. It appears to me that you have over-collected or underestimated over the years. And the other thing we don't seem to be talking about is how to grow the tax base. What types of activities, economic development activities, are we undertaking to generate additional sales tax revenue? For example, Auk Landing is in the works. That is something that will deliver additional sales tax revenue to the city. And so we need to be focusing on those types of activities rather than increasing rates. And let's be clear, this is 7.5% in the summer for residents. That's 0.5% more than you plan to collect. And so I think it's really imperative that you give the community a chance to vote on one item on the sales tax, and you have in January, you look to see where you're at and you adjust accordingly. Thank you.
Any further questions from the assembly? I guess, Ms. Riddell, do you have concerns that if these ballot measures go out and that the public is aware that should they both pass or even this one passes, that it would, create a $9 million, I mean, you said potential reduction in revenue. It'll definitely reduce revenue because we're not collecting sales tax on food and residential utilities. Do you have concern that if people see that and there's no way to pay for it, that they, even though they may support the principle of reduced cost of living by reducing sales, eliminating sales tax on these items, that they would vote no?
No, I will tell you that we collected over 3,000 signatures on the sales tax petitions, and people are exhausted by trying to figure out how to get more money in their pockets and how to pay for things. And that Juneau just feels like every day it gets a little bit more expensive. And when costs go up, businesses, families, individuals, we all have to figure out how to do more with less. And all I'm asking for you to do is to do more with less, like the rest of us.
Any further questions from the Assembly? Thank you, Ms. Riddell. Next, I have Bob Jacobson.
Good evening. My name's Bob Jacobson, and our family has started and operated numerous businesses in Juneau over the last 72 years. Over that time, our family businesses have employed hundreds and hundreds of people. Actually, the number employed is probably over 1,000 people here in Juneau. And we paid our fair share of sales taxes and property taxes over the last 72 years. We are still paying property taxes and sales taxes, and I'm hopeful that will continue with the next generation of Jacobsons. But this town is becoming less and less affordable to live in for young workers and young entrepreneurs. You commissioned a study that came out in January, I think, of 24. In 2023, Juneau welcomed approximately 1.67 million cruise passengers. Direct spending from visitors in Juneau totaled $375 million. 320 million from passengers, 39 million from the cruise ships, and 16 million from the crew. In addition to that 375 million in direct spending, City and Borough of Juneau received another 22 million through marine passenger fees, port development fees, port maintenance fees, the commercial passenger vessel excise tax, and other fees. You've already established that some of those fees are going up next year through rate increases. In addition to that 397 million, visitor-related spending generated another 18 million in sales tax revenue. Plus the property taxes all of us in the visitor industry pay. So now we're close to $500 million. Pretty close to the budget you guys passed in June. It seems to me our seasonal visitors and the boats they arrive on are paying their fair share. How greedy do we need to be with this seasonal sales tax? Through the proposed seasonal sales tax, it
Mr.
appears
Jacobson.
that your intention
Mr.
to
Jacobson.
stick it to the visitors.
Mr.
Think about
Jacobson,
that for a
I've
moment.
had to limit everyone to 2 minutes, so I'll have to do the same to you. If you'd please wrap up.
As a lifelong resident, it doesn't make me feel good about my hometown when we're sticking it to the visitors. It looks like we're being too greedy and exporting our taxes on people who don't live here.
Mr.
Mr.
Jacobson.
Rodell suggested that you delay this, and I think that's an excellent idea. Don't put two propositions on the ballot.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Jacobson? Seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Next, I have Tom Williams.
And I also don't appreciate you using my tax dollars to appropriate $50,000.
Mr. Jacobson, thanks for your
The initiative.
thanks for your testimony. Mr. Williams, if you'd say your name, part of town you live in, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Tom Williams. I live in Ock Bay. I have one question for you. Well, first of all, I want to say thank you for improving the location for these hearings, because now I can actually hear what the Assembly says. And I suffered through several committee meetings all spring that it was very difficult down there. I have a question for you. What in the world are you doing? I think you need to get back and start to go back and figure out who you work for. Because all you're doing with this seasonal sales tax approach is squeezing a balloon. Yeah, the people may say, we want a break to reduce the cost of living for everybody in this town, not just the seniors. But all you're doing is trying to increase it somewhere else, even more than what you have right now, 0.5% average over the year. It seems to me that the Assembly needs to start to remember who they work for and they don't work for just the city and your ability to spend. There's several ways to deal with the reduced revenues. One, you could get rid of some of the current sales tax exemptions, ones that perhaps make a disadvantage to businesses in town. Two, which is probably the long-term solution, is to actually promote development and actually grow the economy here rather than wait years and years and years of public testimony to finally make some good decisions. But three, the immediate approach should be to really evaluate what you're spending your money on. Why we're spending $9 million or several $1 million to tear down some houses on Telephone Hill, when we should be just bidding out that process and saying, what will this developer do? Two, maybe we ought to stop funding a development program that doesn't have any development here, has never promoted any development. I urge you, I'll wrap up. I will urge you to do exactly what Ms. Riddell said. Table this ordinance. Do not put it on the ballot. Actually see what the impact is over the next year before you put this competing ballot measure on. And if the seasonal sale, or if the seasonal sales tax was appropriated and there was no exemption on food, you're really going to crank up the hurt on affordability in this town. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams, for your testimony. Any questions from Mr. Williams? Seeing none, thank you for being here tonight. Next, I have Brenda Heimbigner. Ms. Heimbigner, are you here? Do not see her. Is there any other member of the public who wishes to testify on this ordinance? Seeing none, I will bring it back to the assembly. Ms. Hall.
I move the assembly adopt ordinance 2025-32 AM and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. We do have some amendments. Ms. Wall, did you have one to offer?
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I am looking through my packet and I believe I have found it. So I am going to introduce the amendment that is actually under Assembly Member Greg Smith's amendment on page 187 of the packet. So in this amendment, we are going to strike the first paragraph of the explanation. So we're going to strike the sentence that says this ballot proposition, if approved, will do two things. First, it will change the current sales tax rates. Second, it will exempt essential food and utilities from sales tax. And then it will add a sentence after the next paragraph that says, this ballot proposition is estimated to replace any revenue reduced due to an exemption of essential food and essential residential utilities. And if I could speak to my amendment.
Go ahead, Ms. Wall. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, for bringing this forward. I am in support of this additional language because the Assembly has been working on this proposal that would exempt food and utilities from our sales tax and replace the revenue with a seasonal sales tax that would cost shift the burden from Juneau residents more to our visitors who come and visit Juneau. While we were developing that proposal, Affordable Juneau also came forward with a proposal to exempt food and utilities. And instead of having two competing proposals, we wanted to have two complementary proposals. So we would, this sentence makes it clear that this proposal is meant to work in concert with the other proposal that would exempt food and utilities. That way we're supporting Affordable Juneau's efforts to exempt food and utilities, but we are putting forward a proposal that would help pay for that lost revenue by shifting that cost burden. And this sentence makes that clearer, I think, to the voters when they read that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Any questions or any objection to the motion? Seeing none, that amendment is adopted. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I will move the amendment that is on pages 186 and 187, or excuse me, just 186. Yeah, I'll move the motion, the amendment that is just on page 186. Do I need to read the amendment?
Maybe just give a brief overview of your intent or something if you'd like.
Sure. I thought that our original language was a bit confusing when it comes to the voters, because we're also keeping in mind that we have a temporary sales tax. So I wanted it to be clear to voters that they would know exactly how much sales tax they could expect to spend in each season and what they're voting on. I thought for transparency's sake that we would want to make this clear to voters so they know what they're voting on. So I move Amendment 2. And ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And thank you, Mr. Kelly, for bringing this forward. I definitely see your intent here to make this less confusing to voters. I think it could be less confusing to some voters, and it could be more confusing to others. And I think it's hard to write these. This is a complicated topic. I personally like the original version better, but I appreciate the intent. And if this passes, I will still support it because I think both do their best they can to explain what change we are making to the voters. Thank you.
Mr. Steininger.
I'll speak in support of this amendment. I think maybe I'm one of the voters for whom this language might make more sense than the other language. But I did want to ask a question, maybe of the attorney of Ms. Wright. The amendment we just passed, sponsored by Ms. Wool, do we need to add that language into Mr. Kelly's amendment, or can those kind of two changes be conformed together if we pass this amendment?
Thank you for the question through the chair. What I'll do is I will conform all amendments as they go forward. I know that there may be actually a few more amendments, so my plan would be to take each of them and conform them to a final product.
Very good. Further objections? Seeing none, Ms. Hendricks, we have a motion with objection. If you would call the roll.
Motion to adopt Assemblymember Paul Kelly's amendment. Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Mr. Steininger.
Yes.
Mr. Bryson.
Yes.
Ms. Adkisson.
No.
Ms. Hall.
No.
Ms. Wool.
No.
Deputy Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Motion fails, 4 yeas and 3 nays.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks. I believe we may have further amendments. Mr. Steininger.
I have an amendment that you should have in front of you somewhere in your stack of papers. So my amendment is an amendment to the tax rates The effect of the amendment would change the seasonal rates to 3% in the winter, 6% in the summer, which with the 1% temporary tax rate would work out to be 4% and 7%. The rationale here, I'd had a somewhat similar amendment last assembly meeting when we worked on this topic, but had to pull it back due to some of the other amendments that changed the nature of our initiative here. And this really, it's trying to bring the summer and the winter tax rates a little bit closer together to try and address some concerns about consumer behavior in the times as the lead up to the winter tax rate comes in. So to try and make that gap between summer and winter a little bit smaller so there's a little bit less impact on vendors, especially at those kind of shoulder seasons as we're going through that transition period.
Thank you, Mr. Steininger. Objection, Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and thank you, Mr. Steininger, for all the work you've put into this proposal. We've talked about the trade-offs between a bigger spread versus smaller spread. I'm thinking in my opposition to this about kind of my interest in keeping that winter rate lower for our residents. And so I will stick with our original proposal for now. Really thinking about what I think our voters want to see and what they're most likely to support. Thank you.
Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also objecting for similar reasons to Ms. Wall. I really appreciate the intent of this. I know that this larger swing was a concern mentioned by a few people, but I think a real benefit to this is the cost shift. And when we lower that swing, we lower the cost shift. And so I appreciate the intent, but I don't think I will be able to support this.
Additional comments, Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. So when I first heard this gang talking about seasonal sales tax, I was extremely opposed to it. I have businesses that rely on summer business. But over the last handful of months that we've been talking about it, realizing that a handful of Southeast Alaskan cities are already doing this and taking advantage of the additional traffic during the summer to the benefit of the community. I do want to support Mr. Steininger's a smaller shift. While it is a smaller cost shift, the smaller the gap, the less problematic it is for businesses like mine that are summer oriented. So I'd like to thank Mr. Steininger, and I'm going to support this amendment.
I'll just speak up. I completely understand, and I've heard similar comments from business owners. It is a balance. Just looking at the numbers, shifting it this way will reduce the savings that would be enjoyed by residents because of that higher winter rate. So therefore, I'm not going to support it. I do appreciate the consideration and attention to, desires from some businesses to keep that spread a little closer. We have a motion and we have objection. Ms. Hendricks, if you'd please call the roll.
Motion to adopt Assemblymember Steininger's amendment. Mr. Steininger.
Yes.
Ms. Wall.
No.
Ms. Adkisson.
No.
Mr. Bryson.
Yes.
Ms. All. Ms.
No.
Mr. Kelly.
No.
Deputy Mayor Smith.
No.
Motion fails, 2 yeas and 5 nays.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks. I'm going to pass the gavel here.
Deputy Mayor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. I would move Amendment 4. I'm going to pass it down so the members can take a look. It is hopefully, sorry, I'll give you a moment to take a look and then I'll, if I may, speak to it. If I may, Mr. Bryson.
Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. I know we just made a motion there to kind of tighten the numbers. Mine actually would reduce the winter rate, that we would expect to pay, should this pass in January, from 3.5% to 3%. I have looked and worked with the finance director as well as a member of the public who've done modeling on the different rates. This rate still replaces revenue lost from the exemptions of food and utilities, but it increases the benefit enjoyed by residents because it is dropping that winter rate. It also reduces, the increase rate is, the average rate over the course of the year to 5.25% as opposed to 5.5. Due to the summer rate staying the same, the percentage, paid by the visitor increases compared to our current one. Actually, excuse me, it stays the same, but there's a reduction due to resident rate in the winter. And again, it covers the cost with a little bit. The numbers I've seen are about 1.5 million, depending on the model. And we all need to recognize there's, a lot of assumptions in those models. Challenging to know exactly how it will, the numbers will turn out. But based on the best modeling we have, it provides a small surplus, but it reduces the rate, again, paid by mostly residents in the winter to 3%. So that is my motion.
You've heard the amendment by Mr. Smith. Are there any objections? I'm going to object. While I appreciate Mr. Smith trying to lighten the burden for the residents during the winter, I think that the citizens would be better served if we left the winter rate alone at that 3.5 and took the reduction off the summer rate. So I'm going to maintain an objection. Ms. Wool.
Thank you, Ms. Bryson. I'll speak in support of this amendment just briefly. Mr. Smith gave lots of the reasons, but I would add that, I really liked the numbers that we came up with originally. And when we had our own series of food and utility exemptions, for me, what changed was at our last meeting, we decided let's support the Affordable Juneau proposal to exempt food and utilities. They had slightly different exemptions than we did. We had more exemptions included in our version, and I think because we are now aligning ourselves with their exemptions, we can afford to reduce the tax rate in the winter. Thank you.
Any additional comments or questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Deputy Mayor Smith, apologies. Motion to adopt Deputy Mayor Smith's amendment. Deputy Mayor Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Ms. Adkisson.
Yes.
Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Mr. Steininger.
Yes.
Ms. Wall.
Yes.
Mr. Bryson.
No.
Motion passes 6 yeas, 1 nay.
I'll pass the gavel back to Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Were there any further amendments to the motion? Seeing none, we have the motion in front of us. Any objections for comments or anything else? I'll just speak briefly on this. It has been we in a retreat in December talked about a seasonal sales tax, ways to potentially, we're saying increase some revenue from the visitor industry. And I understand people might think that, we're sticking to the tourists. I think we're all aware that there is a fair bit of tension, maybe more than a fair bit, with residents feeling like, how am I benefiting from the tourism industry if I don't work in it, or if I don't have my children working in it, and I get all these impacts of helicopter noise and whale watch wakes and congestion downtown, and we get significant amounts of revenue, without a doubt. There's also, on a number of those sources of revenue, significant strings. We can only expend the marine passenger fees and commercial vessel taxes in certain ways. We can't just, use it to fund important things in our community, schools, and, anyway, there are strings that limit what we can do. When we talked about doing this in December, it was to hopefully help people see and feel that I'm going to be paying less in taxes and my family will benefit due to tourism. A seasonal sales tax does that. From these numbers, I'm seeing that a family of four will save over $1,100 a year from the combination of a seasonal sales tax as well as the sales tax exemptions. It shifts the percent of our sales tax paid by tourists from around 38% to 45%. It increases the total provided by tourists by nearly 12 million. Just to keep in mind, that's a big number. The cost per tourist is about $7. It is impactful, but I think it does it in a way that will hopefully reduce the tension, the need for, ballot measures and things that throw a lot of uncertainty and, animosity into our community about tourism. We hope it will reduce that tension. Many of our ports of call in Southeast have a seasonal sales tax. It seems like a way for people to feel better about tourism, again, kind of take down some of the tension, as well as reduce costs of living to our community without punching a $9 million recurring hole in the budget. So that's why I've been supportive of a seasonal sales tax measure. Again, I feel like we are now kind of saying that we're doing our seasonal sales tax, and again, members can say how they feel about the reduction in, the elimination of sales tax on food and residential utilities. But I'm going to say vote for both of those because it's good for our residents and helps everyone feel some of the financial benefit of tourism in our town. With that, I will remove my objection. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. I wasn't going to talk and let it pass, but if you want to chat, I did want to say a couple of things about it. We have actually asked the public, would you like sales tax removed from food? We did it 3 years ago, 4 years ago. There was even a survey people could take online. And what the community told us was, no, they did not care to have sales tax removed off of food. It just wasn't a high priority for them. So splitting the question and letting the citizen group ask the question again seemed to be the right course of action. And to me, it does make sense to ask this question alongside of it. Would you like to pay for that exemption? It's practical. One of the testifiers tonight said, see what happens. Let this pass and see what happens. And I was wondering if Madam Manager could speak to the letter that she sent out to the community organizations that we give grant money to. I believe that there was a letter sent that said you can only have 40% of your funds because we don't know the outcome of this. So every social service provider that turns to the city and says, please help us provide these services, is not going to receive 100% of their funds that we approved through the budget because something like this could happen. So we already are looking at what the potential outcomes would be to have a giant hole in our sales tax budget, allowing the citizens to answer the questions at the same time gives the citizens, gives all the voters a chance to say yes or no if they want a giant hole in the budget. Do they want all of our social services to go away? Do they want a reduction to Eagle Crest and Treadwell and libraries? So giving the citizens an opportunity to answer both of these questions at the ballot is the most responsible course of action that we can do to get citizen input on how we are going to plan the future city budgets. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Any further objections for comments? Any further objections to the motion? Seeing none, that motion is adopted. Let's move to item 3, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith.
Excuse me, item 2. Thank you, Ms. Hall.
Ordinance 2025-33, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of general obligation bonds in the principal amount of not to exceed $8 million to finance water and wastewater utilities capital improvements within the city and borough and submitting a proposition to the voters at the election to be held therein on October 7th, 2025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This ordinance authorizes up to $8 million bond for water and wastewater utility infrastructure. And those of you who have sat through the rate setting debate know that there is a very long list of projects for our aging infrastructure. As part of that utility rate setting process, the Assembly acknowledged that in order to buy down the rates to a 5% annual increase, there was going to need to be an infusion of non-ratepayer revenue over the next 5 years. And so this bond proposition was discussed and put on the agenda by the Assembly. I recommend you, I recommend you take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I do not have anyone signed up in the room to speak on this ordinance. Is there anyone that would like to speak on the ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it to the Assembly. Mr. Steininger.
I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-33 and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Steininger. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I will move a amendment. I'll move that we postpone ordinance 2025-33 to the 2026 budget season. And if I could speak to my motion.
Of course, Ms. Wall.
I think we put together 2 great general obligation bond proposals here after lots of conversation as a group and with staff about things that we need. But I think we always knew that we were preparing these knowing that we may not put all of them on the ballot this year, given that we know now that there will be 3 other questions on the ballot. I would like to hold on to this one for next year, recognizing all that work, but that would be my motion.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Any objections to the motion? Seeing none, that motion is adopted. Very good. Item 3, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Ordinance 2025-34, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of general obligation bonds in the principal amount of not to exceed $10,735,000 to finance capital improvements at various schools within the city and borough and submitting a proposition to the voters at the election to be held therein on October 7th, 2025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This ordinance was brought forward by the Assembly to acknowledge that there's a long list of deferred maintenance projects at our schools. You talked about funding $10 million of projects, including boilers and roofs and safety upgrades. These are all projects that the Joint Facilities Committee and the JSD Facilities Committee have recommended. The $735,000 was added to that 10 million to acknowledge needing to do a capital improvement project for a playground at Zanzakahini, and that funds building a ADA-approved surface and fencing the playground. So that's the amount of that improvement. I recommend you take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I don't have anyone signed up in the room for this ordinance. Is there anyone in the room who'd like to testify on this ordinance? Seeing none, bring it to the Assembly. Ms. Adkisson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance 2025-34, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I've got an amendment. I move that we postpone ordinance 2025-34 to the 2026 budget season. And if I could speak briefly to my motion. Same motivation here. Great group of projects. We will need to fund these at some point in the near future. I would ask that we hold off until next year, given what we have on the ballot. I will say that during committee, if my motion passes during Assembly member comments tonight, I'll offer a motion to move forward on funding the Danzakahini Playground project or get that process moving forward, because we originally were going to fund it, include it in our budget, and then decided to hold until we had this conversation. And so since if this passes, it won't be on the ballot, then I'll make that motion later this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Any objections to the motion? Mr. Steininger first, and then Mr. Kelly.
I'll object to the motion to postpone this. Reason being is that we are kind of in what could be a very short window where we can receive state support in assistance to pay down this debt. The moratorium on state assistance for school bond debt expired this year. It wasn't extended. And so if we issue this debt, we will be eligible for state assistance to assist us in paying down the debt. And I think that's an opportunity that, we should take advantage of to, reduce the cost to the city of some of these projects that, as noted by Ms. Wool, are things that we are going to need to do no matter what. And, there is a chance that that moratorium gets issued again come next legislative session or maybe the following session. But if we are able to issue this debt during this time period, during this window where we have the availability, then we would qualify for that program. And while we know that funding for that program is not necessarily guaranteed within the state budget, when that funding is reduced within the state budget, they prorate those payments across all the individual school districts that owe debt. And so we would, even if it's not the full amount entitled under law that we would receive, we would still receive some amount of money through reimbursement, even if it's a less than full appropriation at the state level. And so I think time is somewhat of the essence in taking this action and putting it in front of the voters. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. My objection is probably twofold, but my first part of my objection is actually for the purposes of asking a question to the attorney. Ms. Wool stated her intent that she would move that the Danzakahini Playground be funded during Assembly comments. Would that meet public notice laws?
Madam Attorney.
Mr. Kelly, thank you for the question through the chair. So my understanding of my notes from Ms. Wall's statement, and she can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe her intent was later this evening, if this passes, to direct staff to bring back an ordinance. It would be an appropriating ordinance for the playground. An appropriating ordinance requires public notice and 2 hearings and still further discussion. And so I think she's simply telegraphing her intent to the party, or to the body, that she will make that motion. The public notice piece will be met through the ordinance process.
Thank you. I'll maintain my objection if I could speak to the other part of my objection.
Of course.
I think, yeah, I guess I think my first preference is that we try to pass this this ordinance and bring it forward to the voters, and that we get funding for the playground as soon as possible. If Ms. Wall's motion passes, I will definitely be in favor of supporting bringing back another ordinance. But at the moment, I think my first preference is that we pass this ordinance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Ms. Hall.
I will also speak in favor of, or object, similar reasons as Assemblymember Steiniger. I think with this narrow window, this is an opportunity we need to move forward with. There's several projects here that are very worthy, and if there's possibility of some reimbursement through the debt bond reimbursement, that we should take advantage of this opportunity. And I don't think this is confusing to the voters. We all know what's been happening to school funding lately, so they've been very supportive. Thank you.
I think it's okay. Just a good reminder for us to get closer to the mic. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm going to have to support Ms. Wall's motion to postpone this. Well, Mr. Steiniger is correct, and I definitely would like to see the state reimburse us for part of our school bond stuff. I've served on the assembly when the governor denied that money, and so just because we spend it and there is bond reimbursement does not mean that we're going to get that money. However, a few years later, at the end of the pandemic, we did get $16 million handed to us from the state to make up for debt bond reimbursement that we hadn't received. So we might not get it in the smoothest way possible, but in the past, we were eventually able to get it. However, I'm still going to side with Ms. Wall. I think we can wait a year and ask this question to the voters next year. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. That brings me to an objection for the purpose of a question. Should this go to the voters and should they approve it, what state of Alaska fiscal year budget would the bond debt reimbursement be in, if anyone knows? Staff or Neil? Mr. Steiniger, if you know.
Yes, I'll speak with a little bit of clarity here. I believe, and I'm not 100% certain because I've not been on the municipal side of when, the bond debt reimbursement request gets sent in. I believe it would have a leg of a year. So my understanding is it would be the 28 budget. But if we issued the debt very quickly, maybe could be in the 27 budget. But I think that would rely on us being able to issue the debt very fast, if I understand it correctly.
And I guess a follow-up for me is it possible to either this year or next issue the debt so quickly that it would be, potentially, should the governor include it or legislators add it to the budget, could it be in the, so say if it was approved in, in October 2025, could it get in the FY27 State of Alaska budget? Or if it was done in 2026, could it get in the 28 State of Alaska budget? FY28 State of Alaska budget.
So the question, how long it takes us to issue debt, I will defer to Finance Director Flick. I will say that we generally, best practices is not to issue debt until you have your projects fully designed and ready to spend that money. That being said, you can, issue debt and sit on it for a little bit as long as you're not earning a higher rate of return than the interest that you're paying. And I don't know if Director Flick, you have a timeline for how long just logistically it takes us to issue debt.
Ms. Flick.
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor Smith. Logistically, we can issue debt probably in 60 to 90 days after a voter approval. I do believe that we have to submit information to DEED in order to get on their rosters for the debt reimbursement. And I do think, to Mr. Steininger's point, that would be a year lag. And again, as we've discussed oftentimes with bonds, we can structure our debt payments. After debt is issued, we must start making interest payments relatively quickly. So if this were on the ballot, it passed in October, we could issue debt in the spring and have at least interest payments in FY 27. But principal payments is where we would get the most bang for the buck, if you will, on the reimbursement. We could structure that so that there's sufficient notice to the state. And again, if there's funding in the state budget, could take advantage of that reimbursement.
Thank you, Ms. Flick. Ms. Adkisson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we could go down on this rabbit hole for quite a while. So I would just, probably my take on it would be, because we know that the moratorium has expired on July 1 of 2025, the only way to guarantee we pass a bond onto the ballot when that moratorium has expired is if we do it this year. There is a potential that maybe we could do it later. But if we want to know we have passed in the moratorium, we do it this year. And even then, we may not get reimbursed. So I guess if we're really, if our decision hinges on whether or not we are reimbursed, the best option is to do it this year. But I would argue that even then, not guaranteed. That is all I'll say.
Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy, or Mr. Deputy Mayor. This time I actually am going to recommend that we do wait and see what the outcome of the vote is. If the community really likes having the property tax capped at 9 mills, any project or anything that we wanted to do moving forward would most likely require a bond, because those 9 mill rates would not allow for any additional projects to be put in there. So even if we had to do something like a HESCO project, we wouldn't have extra room in the budget. We would have to bond for it. So I was going to advise again that we follow Ms. Wool's amendment to delay it a year so that we can see the outcome, because we might need to depend on our bond availability or our credit availability significantly higher after this election. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. I think I'll just chime in just briefly. My understanding of the ballot initiative capping the mill rate is that it is non-inclusive of GO bond debt. So you could still get debt, but that would not be capped at the 9 mil. So should we want to do these projects, that would not be capped. So, all right, we have a motion from Ms. Wall and we have objection. Ms. Hendricks, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Wall,
Yes.
Mr. Steininger,
No.
Mr. Kelly,
No.
Ms. Hall,
No.
Ms. Adkisson,
Yes.
Mr. Bryson,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Smith.
No.
Motion fails, 3 yeas, 4 nays.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, we've been at this for another hour. How are folks feeling?
We still did the pass.
Excuse me, let's finish up this one, I guess, before we consider a break. We're back at the main motion. Yeah. Very good. We have a motion, and is there objection? Ms. Wall,
I think I've spoken on this.
very good. Now we have the motion. Ms. Hendricks, if you would read the motion and call roll. Thank you.
Motion to adopt ordinance 2025-34. Ms. Adkisson.
No.
Ms. Wall.
No.
Mr. Bryson.
No.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Mr. Kelly.
Yes.
Mr. Steininger.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Smith.
No.
Motion fails. 4 yeas, 4 nays, or sorry, 3 yeas, 4 nays.
Thank you. Very good. All right, we are through item 4. Let's take a 5-minute, let's take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at wait, okay, hold on. 5 minutes. Are we ready to roll? It's still 11. All right. Ready to roll? Okay, let's keep going. Item number 5, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Resolution 4013, a resolution authorizing, ordinance 2025-01, lowercase b, uppercase b, an ordinance appropriating up to $50,000 to the manager for October 2025 ballot initiative advocacy, funding provided by general funds.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Yes, as we have discussed quite a bit this evening, there are several ballot initiatives and now in ballot initiative sponsored by the Assembly that will impact the finances of the city and Borough of Juneau. This ordinance would appropriate up to $50,000 in order for the city to advocate and possibly influence the outcome of the election. There's relatively strict APOC reporting guidelines that make just educating difficult, and so the Assembly proposed this ordinance to appropriate funds for advocacy. The resolution that follows this authorizes the actual advocacy. So I recommend you take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I have some folks who wanted to speak on this. If I have Ms. Rodell first.
Okay, my name is Angela Rodell, and I live in downtown Juneau. I am here to speak in strong opposition to the proposed resolution that would authorize the city and borough of Juneau to engage in ballot advocacy, including the use of taxpayer funds to influence the outcome of citizen-led ballot initiatives. This resolution represents a fundamental shift and a troubling one in how the city engages with its residents in the democratic process. While the draft ordinance is framed as a way to provide financial context and information, Section 1 clearly authorizes the manager's office to disseminate information that, quote, may influence the outcome, end quote, of ballot initiatives. This is not neutral public education. This is advocacy, funded with $50,000 of general taxpayer money against initiatives that almost 6,000 registered voters themselves have brought forward. This is not how we should be using our public resources. The citizens of Juneau have a right to direct democracy through the ballot. That right must be protected from government-funded messaging campaigns that, intentionally or not, seek to sway public opinion on measures the Assembly may disagree with. It creates an uneven playing field. Residents organizing around initiatives must raise funds, gather signatures, and engage their fellow citizens. The city can now spend public dollars to shape the outcome. This sets a dangerous precedent. Once we allow public money to be used for ballot influence, even with disclaimers of intent, we blur the line between information and persuasion, and we erode trust in our local government's role as a neutral administrator of the public will. If the concern is truly about public understanding, then all communication should remain squarely within the realm of nonpartisan factual information. The Assembly and staff already have that authority under APOC guidelines. This resolution goes further and unnecessarily so. Our government should foster civic engagement, not tip the scales. If the Assembly opposes the substance of any one ballot initiative, members are absolutely free in their private capacity to campaign, speak out, and engage with the public. But the government itself should not be taking sides using taxpayer funds. For this reason, I respectfully urge you to vote no on the resolution, uphold transparency, protect democratic integrity, and let the people of Juneau make their decisions without publicly funded influence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodell, and good timing. Any questions from the Assembly? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Rodell, for your testimony. Next, I have Mr. Tom Williams. If you would come up, you've said your name, you're part of town, but if you do that, and then you have 2 minutes.
My name is Tom Williams. I live in Oak Bay. I too rise in opposition of this ordinance. You know, a few years ago, there was a big push for the city to build a new city hall. And the Assembly did something similar. They appropriated $50,000 of our money, taxpayer money, to advocate against those that opposed it. Fortunately, we turned that down. While appropriating those funds to provide advocacy may be legal, it's very inadvisable for all the reasons that Ms. Rodell just went through. And I have some ethical issues that why is our government telling us that we don't know any better and this is what we should do? I have a real problem with that. I think there's plenty of opportunity for the Assembly, for the manager to hold some public open houses and provide information. But that's distinctly different from hiring an outside media firm or public relations marketing firm, I think is the words in there, to cherry pick certain information to promote the passage of any ordinance or the opposition of any ordinance. I think was a very bad precedent a couple of years ago, and I urge you to abandon it this time. You can provide the information. There's plenty of ways to do that. You like holding public meetings. Open houses are good things where the public can ask questions, and the manager can provide unbiased, straightforward information. I urge you to not pass this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any questions from the Assembly for Mr. Williams? Seeing none, thank you. Next, I have Karen Perkins. Ms. Perkins, if you'd say your name, part of town you live in, and you'll have 2 minutes.
I'm Karen Perkins. I live in the Valley, and I also am in opposition to this, and the previous 2 speakers, I think, articulated very well why this is a bad idea, bad government. I want to highlight the two words that I particularly oppose are advocacy and marketing firm. A marketing firm's job is to market a particular perspective. It's not about communication or education. And advocacy is about advocating a particular perspective. So I'm a big fan of education, and I do realize that a lot of these issues are very complex, and helping the public understand what the issues are. Yay. I mean, I welcome the opportunity to have some of this stuff broken down for me and to ask questions, but for my money to be used to advocate to me or to market to me is completely upside down. That's just backwards government. And I think that we need to find another way to educate and make sure that people have as much information as we're able to provide to them without trying to sway their opinion on something that they get to have their own opinion on.
Thank you, Ms. Perkins. Any questions from the assembly for Ms. Perkins? Seeing none, thank you for being here tonight. I have no one else signed up for testimony on this ordinance. Would anyone else in the room like to testify on the ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it to the assembly. Ms. Wall.
All those amendments, and I end up with this one to actually bring forward. I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-01, lowercase b, uppercase b, and I will ask for a no vote. And if I could speak to my motion.
Very good. Go ahead, Ms. Wall.
This is, I've been back and forth on this over the years. The speakers spoke very eloquently for what the challenges are. The other side of the coin is the state does not let us go out and provide factual information on these without filing with APOC, and that puts us in a difficult place. These ballot initiatives, all three that we're talking about, are going to have potentially major impacts on the city. And so it's hard to think about the misinformation that is going to be out there if the city is not able to participate in the conversation. So I see both sides here. At the end of the day, I'm going to say no because I think we're not unified on this, and I think it's going to put staff in a really hard place to actually do what we would like them to do if we were to vote yes. And so I just don't see it working. But I do think all of us as assembly members who have put this proposal together, and hopefully others in our community, are going to be able to do our job hitting the pavement, talking about why these initiatives, why people need to show up and vote, and they need to think about what the impacts of these are going to be. So that's where I'm at right now. But we'll see how this discussion goes.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I object for many of the same reasons as Ms. Wall. I think the ballot initiatives that are out there, they all have a potential to impact large swaths of the community. We as assembly members are free to advocate on this, and some of us already have. And members of the community who are affected are also able to form political groups and to advocate their positions and to educate. And we as a city are still able to provide unbiased, nonpartisan information regardless. So I feel I guess I'll leave it there, but yeah, I'll maintain my objection.
Very good. Further objections? Seeing none, we have a motion and objection. Ms. Hendricks, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Motion to adopt ordinance 2025-01 lowercase b, uppercase b, An ordinance appropriation of up to $50,000 to the manager for the October 2025 ballot initiative advocacy funding provided by general funds. Ms. Wall.
No.
Mr. Kelly.
No.
Ms. Adkisson.
No.
Mr. Bryson.
No.
Ms. Hall.
No.
Mr. Steininger.
No.
Deputy Mayor Smith.
No.
Motion fails. 7 nays. No yays.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks. Item 5. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Resolution 4013, a resolution authorizing October 2025 ballot advocacy, including the dissemination of information that may influence the outcome of a future ballot initiative.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This is a companion resolution to ordinance 2025-01BB and just authorize the advocacy with APOC. Given the Assembly's most recent action, I recommend that you take public testimony and do not adopt this resolution.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I have one person signed up for public testimony. Ms. Perkins, do you still wish to testify? Okay, very good. Thank you. Any other members of the public wish to testify? Seeing none, bring it to the Assembly, Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I move that we table Resolution 4013A indefinitely, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Seeing no objection, that motion is adopted. Item 6, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Ordinance 2025-13 lowercase b, an ordinance amending the election procedures code to include general procedures for ballot count related to ranked choice voting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This ordinance has been brought forward by Assemblymember Atkinson with quite a bit of work in the Human Resources Committee and the Committee of the Whole. The ordinance before you would implement ranked choice voting for local municipal elections beginning in 2026. So not this election, but next year. I recommend that there are a number of amendments in your packet as well for the body and the public to chew on. However, my recommendation is that you take public testimony and refer this ordinance to the August 18, 2025 regular Assembly meeting for a second round of public testimony, as was requested by the Committee of the Whole when you discussed this last.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I have 2 people signed up for public testimony on this ordinance on Zoom. First, I have Lori Sika. Very good. Ms. Sika, if you would state your name, part of town you live in for the record, and you will have 2 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. My name is Lori Sika. I live in West Douglas. I served as a Juneau municipal clerk and election official from 2000 to 2018. Former municipal clerk Beth McEwen and I submitted a joint letter to the Assembly for your consideration, which I would like to speak to here. Our letter did not discuss the pros and cons of ranked choice voting, but on the process of making such a change to voting in Juneau. We believe that if the Assembly thinks ranked choice voting is best for Juneau, the voters should be asked for their support on the 2026 ballot. Ranked choice voting was adopted by a public vote at the state level. For the past several years, I've worked in the call center for the Juneau election, assisting voters. There are still many voters who do not understand the by-mail process and/or are suspicious of the legitimacy of by-mail voting, even after 5 by-mail elections. This year, a large number of people submitted an unsuccessful petition to return to poll-based elections. Other unsuccessful elections procedure petitions were filed in 2024 and 2023. The change to by-mail voting has taken considerable time and cost to implement and explain to the voters. Voter education is ongoing. Adding one more big change to already frustrated voters could create more problems than it is trying to solve. I am glad to see that you are having an additional public hearing tonight. Do not plan to take action on this until your next regular meeting. However, people are busy. It's hard to keep up with the large agendas during the summer months, and it took me quite a while to get up to speed on this issue once I heard that it was a possible change. Placing the question on the 2026 ballot would allow time to educate voters and provide them with an opportunity to weigh in on the significant change in how elections are conducted in Juneau. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Sika. Any questions from the assembly for Ms. Sika? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony tonight. Next, we have Beth McEwen on Zoom. Very good. Okay. Maybe she'll pop over the next minute. Anyone in the room wishing to testify? Miss Catherine Reardon, please head up to the testifying stand.
Hello, I am Catherine Reardon, and I live in downtown Juneau. And I'd like to speak in favor of ranked choice voting for City and Borough of Juneau. I think that it's very appropriate, given the nonpartisan nature of our municipal government system, to have ranked choice voting. I think it encourages candidates to work constructively together, although they are opponents, which is essential for a smooth operation of our local government. And I think that it will help, given that we don't have a two-step primary process in municipal elections. It'll prevent voters like me from having to do the kind of gaming thought in our minds about, oh, if there's two candidates that I like, should we all try to withdraw our support from one of them or discourage one of them from filing so they won't divide the vote? All those kind of things that have nothing to do with simply looking at your neighbors who are running, deciding which ones will be constructive, responsible members of our elected body, and thinking about them holistically. So I think that ranked choice voting will be a very positive thing for Juneau. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reardon. Any questions? Mr. Kelly.
Thank you for coming to testify tonight, Ms. Reardon. So you're testifying this evening in support of ranked choice voting in general. There are three separate proposals that the Assembly has put forward. We'll probably a little bit more explanation tonight. Have you had a chance to review them? And do you have a preference?
No, I was kind of relieved to hear there was going to be a second round chance so that I can actually look at the details of the different proposals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, Ms. Reardon, thank you for being here tonight. Anyone else in the room who wishes to testify? Ms. Rodell.
Okay, good evening. I'm Angela Rodell. I live in downtown Juneau. I'm here to speak in opposition to the proposed ordinance amending election procedures to mandate ranked choice voting in all regular and local elections. At a time when public trust in our local election process is being tested, this ordinance does not move us towards greater transparency, confidence, or affordability. Instead, it is the opposite. It proposes a fundamental change to our voting process without first answering a critical question. What is the problem we're trying to solve with this? First, let's talk about cost. Since Juneau transitioned to mail-in voting, the cost of conducting local elections has tripled. These increases in ballot printing, mailing, and administration are all well documented. Yet this ordinance introduces a complex new ballot counting process with no cost estimate attached. We have no public analysis of what the software, staff training, voter education, or tabulation systems will cost, or what we might be giving up to pay for them. Second, we're not hearing a broad mandate from voters demanding this change. In fact, the opposite is true. We had 2,705 certified registered voters sign an initiative to reconsider how we conduct our elections. That was just 15 signatures short of the required number to put a measure on the ballot, and a clear signal that thousands of residents are asking for more deliberation and not a rush to further change. Mandating ranked choice voting at this moment, especially without understanding the financial, administrative, and public trust implications, sends a concerning message that the Assembly is willing to move forward with major electoral changes before voters have had a clear say. We should not be making sweeping policy decisions that reshape our democratic process without first evaluating, one, the true cost to implement and sustain RCV, two, how voters will be educated to understand the new process, and three, whether this change reflects the will of the people or simply the preferences of a few. If we value democratic participation and trust, we must approach these decisions with caution, public input, and transparency. Please vote no. Let's take a step back, engage the community honestly, and address the concerns thousands of Juneau residents have already raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dell. Questions from the Assembly? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Mr. Williams.
Thank you, members of the Assembly. My name is Tom Williams. I live in Ock Bay. I too urge you to vote no on this ordinance. I think in addition to all the issues that Ms. Rodell just raised, right now there is considerable concern about the delay in getting good election results. And I think what we're seeing in the ranked choice voting, whether it's done on the statewide, is a more significant delay, let alone the additional cost. I think if you pass this ordinance, even with more public testimony, I think you will galvanize an effort to really go back and overhaul a lot of our election systems, including maybe how there's representation on the Assembly. So I urge you to leave it alone. If you are going to do it, if you're determined to do that, bring that to the discussion next spring. To do this now would not be a good time, but bring it so that it'll be first and foremost in people's mind. There'll be plenty of time to deal with that next spring. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Questions from Mr. Williams? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Anyone else who would like to testify on this ordinance? Seeing none, we'll bring it to the Assembly. We have some direction we've already set, but and we have amendments that we've reviewed. Mr. Kelly.
I move that the Assembly refer ordinance 2025-13B to the August 18th regular Assembly meeting for a second public testimony opportunity and ask for unanimous consent.
Seeing no, there is objection. Ms. Wall.
This is just for a question. Maybe, Mr. Smith, your comments confused me, and it may be just that we've had a lot of meetings, but there are amendments in here. This is the first time we're seeing them. Is that correct? Yes.
Yes.
I would make amendment that we send this to committee instead. These are substantive changes that I think we usually talk about in a committee setting instead of at a full Assembly meeting. So I'm interested in moving this forward. I just feel like we still have a bit of work to do. Thank you.
Very good. So that was an amendment to Mr. Kelly's motion to where it is going. And
Was I clear enough? To the cow.
to the cow. Very good. Mr. Kelly, objection.
Just objection for clarification. So would that be to the cow in addition to referring it to the August 18th meeting, or would that be to the cow instead of referring it to the August 18th meeting?
Just the cow, and then we'll decide what to do with it at the cow, which could be send it here, but it seems, never mind.
I'll remove my objection.
Very good. Further objection to that motion? Seeing none. Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Just a parliamentary inquiry. So the amendments that are attached, they would also be referred along with the ordinance?
Yes. I'm
Thank
signing a
you.
head nod from the attorney, excuse me.
All right.
Very good. Any further objection to that motion? Seeing none, that motion is adopted. Moving to item 7. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Ordinance 2025-17, lowercase b, Building Code Advisory Committee and Building Code Board of Appeals dissolution.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This ordinance creates a streamlined appeal board process and was initiated by the Human Resources Committee in the spring. It basically combines the Building Code Advisory Committee, Building Code Board of Appeals, Sales Tax Appeal Board, and Bid Review Board into one group of 3 hearing officers. I recommend that the Assembly take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I have no one signed up for public testimony on this item. Does anyone in the room wish to testify on this ordinance? Seeing none, we will bring it to the Assembly. Ms. Hall. Short, brief. Addies. Bring us back in. Miss Wright on those motions and where the ordinance on ranked choice voting is going.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. So there was a question regarding the amendment to send ranked choice voting to a cow. The effect of the motion was a motion to postpone to a date certain. And so, 1, it was unanimous. 2, there was a date given. So what the Assembly voted on was a motion to postpone to a date certain, which is the cow. And then you will make a decision at that point where you're going to go. All of the amendments that were proposed tonight will travel with that document to the cow.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Mr. Kelly, is that helpful? Very good. All right, moving on. Actually, excuse me. We had a request for just a 5-minute break. Very good. We'll be back at 10:22. We are at item 7. Madam Clerk. We kind of did a brief intro on this already, and I think, and the manager brought it, so it is moving, excuse me, it is moving to the Assembly. Ms. Hall on ordinance 2025-17B.
I move ordinance 2025-17B, Building Code Advisory Committee and Building Code Board of Appeals dissolution, and ask for unanimous consent. Sorry, did I not speak?
It's okay. Seeing no objection to that motion is adopted. Madam Clerk, item 8.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Ordinance 2025-19, an ordinance amending the purchasing code to remove the Juno bidder preference.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
This ordinance is housekeeping in nature. It removes a local bidder preference that we have in our code that is not legal. Local bidder preferences have been found time and time again to be unconstitutional. We have not been implementing the local bidder preference in our review process because of that. I do want to briefly read a statement from the Systemic Racism Review Committee. The SRRC encourages the Assembly, upon review of CBJ's procurement and bidding policies, to take a look at programs such as the Small Business Association 8A program that allow for priority and promotion of socially and economically disadvantaged businesses or other similar programs. With that, I recommend you take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I have no one signed up for public testimony in this ordinance. Any member of the public wishes to testify? Seeing none, bring it to the Assembly. Mr. Steininger.
I move the Assembly adopt ordinance 2025-19 and ask for unanimous consent.
Seeing no objection, that motion is adopted. Item 9, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Ordinance 2025-30, an ordinance amending the City and Borough Chapter 36.70 Code relating to chronic nuisance properties.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This ordinance just extends chronic nuisance code that was set to sunset. In 2019, the Assembly enacted this code so that JPD could use it as a compliance tool to work with homeowners when they received an abundance of calls from at one location. No one has ever been fined underneath this section of code, yet JPD finds it to be a useful tool as they work with the public. We do have Chief Boss here to answer any questions you have on it, and I recommend you take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I have no one signed up for public testimony. Anyone in the room wish to testify on this ordinance? Seeing none, bring it to the Assembly. Ms. Adkisson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move ordinance 2025-30, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Seeing no objection, that motion is adopted. Item 10, Ms. Hendricks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Ordinance 2025-31, an ordinance amending the definitions of Chapter 69.08 excise tax on tobacco products.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This ordinance just updates city code to reflect the times and adds nicotine to our definition of tobacco products, which means now we can tax things like vape pens and the little pouches that that people use to manage their habit. I recommend you take public testimony and adopt this ordinance.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I have no one signed up for public testimony in this. Anyone wish to testify? Seeing none, bring it to the Assembly. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I move the Assembly approve ordinance 2025-31 and ask for unanimous consent.
Seeing no objection, that motion is adopted. On to unfinished business. Item 1 of unfinished business. Ms. Hendricks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Resolution 4017, a resolution authorizing the manager to grant an access and utility easement across city and borough property, U.S. Survey 3846, Lot 1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This ordinance allows property owners who recently purchased what's known as the peony farm out on, old abandoned peony farm out on Douglas Island to access their property. So it would allow them to have a driveway on their property. They, of course, would still have to apply for a permit to a grading permit to make sure that that driveway was permittable, but they can't apply for a permit until they have an easement for that property. Just want to note that this property, because it doesn't front any road, it would not be eligible to subdivide, which means that the maximum density that it could have is 2 dwellings. Let's see, this was before you at the last regular meeting and you guys did not get to it. I recommend that you take public testimony and adopt this resolution.
Thank you, Madam Manager. I do have one person signed up for public testimony on this item, Beth Pendleton. If you'd step up, say your name, part of town you live in, and you will have 2 minutes.
My name is Beth Pendleton, and I live downtown. I'm president of the Board of Directors for the Southeast Alaska Land Trust. We're a nonprofit organization that protects and stewards lands for public access and their ecological values, and I'm providing testimony, as has been shared, on this proposed extension of an access and utility easement. The trust stewards 2 tracts directly abutting the proposed easement, and as an accredited land trusts are obligated to steward these properties as compensatory mitigation sites through agreement with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. Trust parcels are open to the public for low-impact use and enjoyment. For the record, the trust submitted letters to the Assembly on May 9th and June 5th, 2025, in addition to a letter provided by Trust Council on July 11th. I'll just summarize a few concerns that we have that we believe are significant deficiencies and legal concerns. 1, there's no notice to adjacent landowners, even though the requested easement would have adverse impacts to many adjacent properties. 2, necessity does not support the easement as there is already access via Gastineau Channel. 3, property owners should have known per due diligence there was only water access. There is no recorded document granting the property any access via the land. And 4, the application claims it is extending a purported right-of-way, but that misrepresents the impact of the requested easement. The purported right-of-way is an informal footpath only. The easement is actually requesting a much longer easement, impacting many more properties than the application describes. In light of these concerns, the trust respectfully requests that the Assembly votes no to advance the proposed easement and does due diligence to notice and consult with adjacent landowners and seek a more responsible solution, such as a limited easement during construction and utility placement only. Thank you.
Nice job, Ms. Pendleton. Thank you. Questions from the Assembly? I have Mr. Bryson and then Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Thank you for coming and testifying this evening. Is there any condition that your organization would have been in approval of this? Is there a way that it could be done through your organization's perspective that would be agreeable so that this property has access to it?
Yes, we believe that sitting down together and working through, as I stated, a responsible and reasonable, I think, solution, and that would be a limited easement during construction and utility placement only, rather than a permanent access easement.
Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, Ms. Pendleton, for being here and for your work with Seal Trust. Would a driveway as a result of this easement have any impact on Seal Trust's lands as mitigation lands? Their ability to serve that purpose, I suppose.
Yeah, hopefully not, but I think this is where I think there needs to be some discussion, ensure that the work that would go on at that site would still allow us to meet our mitigation requirements under our 404 permit. I think it can be done, but I think there needs to be some discussion, and after the utility was put in the driveway, that we have some discussion to ensure that there isn't any resulting damage or concerns with the adjacent wetlands that we are responsible for stewarding. And I just want to say, I think our concern is we've written a number of letters, and we have hoped to have discussion, but we really haven't had response to that. So, I think I'm asking for an opportunity to work through this with some discussion and come up with a responsible solution.
Any further questions from the Assembly? Mr. Kelly?
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up to that last comment. You're asking to have this discussion. Who all would be the parties to the discussion? Would it basically be the city, the landowner, and yourself?
Yes, and I think also our letters have gone to Lands and Resources Division, and we haven't had a response there. I know our attorney has spoken with the Assembly's attorney. So I think that at a minimum, it really should involve the trust with the landowners and Lands and Resources Division to have that discussion and come up with an agreeable solution.
Very good. Seeing no other questions, Ms. Pendleton, thank you for your time and for
Yep.
being here tonight.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to testify on this resolution? Seeing none, we'll bring it to the Assembly. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I move the Assembly adopt Resolution 4017, authorizing the manager grant access and utility easement across city and borough property, U.S. Survey 3846 Lot 1, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Objection, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. I would object to refer this resolution back to the Lands Committee for amendments.
Very good. Similar motion we've dealt with before. We have a motion. Any objection? Mr. Bryson.
We had this at Lands already. We reviewed it. We had a discussion about it, and we passed it with a motion of support. I'm not exactly sure what moving this back to Lands would accomplish, seeing that we've had the discussion and the vote on this topic already. I'm not exactly sure what it would benefit to have it at Lands. If the maker of the motion thought that a committee of the whole discussion would involve the whole Assembly and be more effective, but the question's kind of been asked and answered at Lands. Thank you for the time.
Very good. Seeing no other objection, we have a motion and objection. Ms. Hendricks, would you call the roll?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Motion to forward Resolution 4017 to the Lands Committee. Mr. Kelly.
Yes?
Mr. Bryson.
No.
Ms. Wall.
No.
Ms. Adkisson.
No.
Mr. Steininger.
No.
Ms. Hall.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Smith.
No.
Motion fails. 7 yeas and 5 nays. Oh, 2 yeas and 5 nays.
Thank you, Ms. Hendricks. It is getting late. Okay. Now we have the main motion back before us. Is there objection to that motion? Ms. Hall.
Yeah, just from reading the information provided by our testifier, it seems like all the due diligence hasn't been done on this. And so I'm not sure where it should go, but it does seem like property owners should have been notified. And, so I'm going to be a no vote on this. I don't think it's ready for granting this access without a little more due diligence.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'll speak in favor of this motion. Looking at our code and what we are required to do, it's always important that we, are consistent in how we're applying it. And when, if we don't like our code or our process, we can change it. But I feel like the applicants, and staff have done what they need to do. I will say that, this may be the beginning of a larger development, and there will be other parts of this process and permits required depending on what the applicants want to do with their property. And so I just ask that staff do, remain responsive to our important community partner here and their needs as well as the applicants, depending on what comes next for this property. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wall. Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm going to have to disagree with Ms. Hall. Knowing the Lands Department, I can't imagine that an easement request made it onto our agenda without every box being checked by the Lands Department and having a thorough understanding from city staff on what they're providing to us here. In fact, in order for us to do due diligence, we have to grant the easement so that it can begin the planning commission part of it, which is the conditions and what grants the permit. So understanding that we want to make sure that a project near wetlands is done with the most scrutiny, keeping this in committee does not do that. Granting this easement so that it can go to the planning commission, that does get the due diligence done. So I'm going to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Any other comments? Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Not a comment. Just more questions. So in addition to her spoken testimony, we did receive some written testimony. And she raised a lot of the same concerns there, but some of it had to do with, notice to owners, but also how it would affect neighboring properties, how it would affect the environment around it. I guess my questions were maybe to staff, how much of those concerns might be cared for by state or environmental regulations in the Planning Commission process?
Madam Manager.
Thank you. So there is, the property owner would still have to apply for the Corps for a wetlands permit to develop it, would still have to apply for the Planning Commission to be able to develop it, would still have to apply to CBJ for a driveway permit to be able to permit the driveway. I cannot speak for the land trust with whether or not we could satisfy their concerns. I do think through that process, and like Assemblymember Bryson said, if you guys grant this easement, then we engage in that process. I do think that we could care for some of them. However, their request for a temporary easement would not be the intention. So I suspect, like any good discussion, not everyone would come away satisfied, but we certainly would be happy to engage in them more. We have responded to their correspondence. Attorney Wright has spoke with them, but again, the process for a driveway permit doesn't begin until they own the property or have an easement to the property to apply for that permit.
Thank you. I'll remove my objection.
Thank you. Ms. Hall.
Thank you, and I will also remove my objection.
Any further objections to the motion? Seeing none, that resolution is adopted. Second item of unfinished business. Madam Clerk, and we are at 10:41, folks. 42.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Request to purchase CBJ property located at 2nd and Franklin Streets, Juneau.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. This request also was at your last meeting, so thank you for entertaining it. A developer combined with Northwind Architects brought forward a proposal to develop Second and Franklin for housing, about 7 floors, not a specific amount because they really have a lot of due diligence that they need to do to be able to make that proposal. You recall, we kind of been holding off on issuing another RFP. We've issued multiple requests for interest for this property for development over the years, but we've been holding off waiting to see if we could acquire the parking garage adjacent from the state of Alaska. We initiated that request a few years ago. They are investing a significant amount of capital in it right as we speak. So we consider that that off the table and therefore would recommend that you approve this request to negotiate with the original proposer. Remember, this still means we have to come back to you with like kind of what the deal is. It just means that we won't be engaging in negotiations with anyone else or issuing a kind of notice for developers for this property. So I recommend that you adopt a motion to further consider this disposal by engaging in direct negotiations with the original proposer.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Just because the other one asked for public testimony, offering if anyone in the room would like to testify on that, on this ordinance, or on this request. Seeing none, bring it to the assembly. Mr. Kelly.
I move that the assembly support working with the original proposer on disposal of city property through a negotiated lease for less than fair market value and ask for unanimous consent.
Mr. Kelly, we may be maybe a page ahead of us.
Oh.
I appreciate your optimism, but we're still, yeah, there we go.
All right.
Try again.
Okay. Thank you. I move, I guess I was feeling a little enthusiastic there. So I move that the assembly support further consideration disposal by direct negotiations with the original proposer and ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Any objections to the motion? Seeing none, that motion is adopted. On to new business. Item 1, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Hardship and senior citizen disabled veteran late filed real property tax exemption applications.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
There are 32 property owners on this list that have requested you to allow them to file a late filed exemption. Just want to remind you that you need to consider each one of those requests separately.
Thank you, Madam Manager. A motion, Mr. Bryson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The Assembly has received and considered individually these applicants for late filed exemptions. I move that we forward to the Assessor's Office the names William Schluter, David Lyons, Roger Colden, Jay Satterfield, Eric Christensen, Leanne Burton, Kenny Bloss, Janelle Lyles, Herbert Freer, Brian Cooper, Ismail Pirovi, Stephen Robert, Dorothy Webster, David Ritter. Also the names Ruth Dvorak, Douglas Solberg, John Haywood, Michael Story, Ellen Ferguson, Karen Dorvac, Darlene Derbisi, Walter Bennett, David Marvin, Bethany Onibukur, Haifa Forigi, Larry Atkinson, William Carrillo, Roy Cart, Marianne Hastings, Marcelo Quinto, Terry Riles, and Paul Waldrop. And I ask for unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Any objection to that motion? Seeing none, that motion is adopted. The next 2 items or new business are informational only. We can see those. We are not able to at this time introduce an ordinance that would a substantially similar ordinance. So those were just for information. Any questions from the Assembly on those items on 2 and 3 of new business? Seeing none, we'll move along. Madam Manager, just look into your guidance here. Would you like to, so it's 10:47. Would you like us to work on Juneau Island Rescue, or I guess we could keep chugging along? I mean, I'm sure there may be some interest in flood preparation, but of course we may be having to extend our meeting to do that. So,
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. I will relieve you that we do not have an executive session scheduled for this evening. I'm hopeful that we can get through the next item relatively quickly. I do know we have members of the audience who've stayed for that item. So I have no vote, but recommend to keep chugging, as is in my nature.
very good. Thank you, Madam Manager. Item number 4, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Smith. Juneau Animal Rescue requests to lease CBJ properties for less than fair market value.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Manager.
Thank you. So this motion is just requesting a motion of support to work with Juneau Animal Rescue to lease a section of CBJ land at 10020 Crazy Horse Drive. This is the same location of the Southeast Alaska Food Bank. You have heard in the past presentations from Juneau Animal Rescue about their desire to build a new facility. This support of leasing this for less than fair market value does not commit CBJ to, fund or bond for that facility, just allows them to get started on that process.
Thank you, Madam Manager. Let's bring it to the Assembly, Ms. Wall. Excuse me, Ms. Hall. Oh, pardon. Oh, excuse me. Is there any member of the public that wishes to testify on this ordinance? Seeing none, Ms. Hall.
Okay. I move that a motion to support the work for the CBJ to work with Juneau Animal Rescue towards the disposal of their city property through a negotiated lease for less than fair market value, and ask for unanimous consent.
Seeing no objection to the motion, that motion is adopted. It's 10:50, and we are at flood updates and preparedness efforts. Any motion to extend, or we have 10 minutes? Mr. Kelly.
I move and ask unanimous consent that the Assembly extend the end time to 11:10 p.m. and ask for unanimous consent.
Mr. Bryson, objection.
I'm going to object, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Very good. We have a motion and objection, and we do need 6 votes to, yes, to extend. Ms. Hendricks, would you call the roll?
Motion to extend. Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
Mr. Bryson?
No.
Ms. Wool?
Yes.
Ms. Steininger?
Yes.
Ms. Hall?
Yes.
Ms. Adkisson?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Smith?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mr. O'Shaughnessy,
6-1.
you have 19 minutes, actually maybe 18, because we may need to say something.
Well, thanks for staying late and thanks for your attention on this important topic. So tonight's discussion is a summary of the memo that's in your packet, and that is an outline of our key actions in preparedness and anticipated response to this year's release of Suicide Basin. The 4 key actions broken down in your memo are interagency coordination, public alerting strategy, or evacuation readiness strategies, and strategies for infrastructure protection. So to jump right into these, acknowledging that we have 18 minutes left
Yeah.
for this meeting.
And Mr. O'Shaughnessy, I'm just going to maybe do a little something. We have the memo. We've read the memo. If there's any high points you'd want to give, because I do actually want to give, if Assembly members have any questions. So maybe just hit a few high points so we can see if questions on anything, if that's all right.
Yeah, absolutely. So the very fast version of this memo is that we have adopted a unified command structure with Tlingit Haida and with the state of Alaska. What that means is we're pulling in all of our partner agencies into this response to coordinate our activities, beginning with preparedness through response and into recovery. This really ensures that our use of resources is as efficient as possible to get the public, the impacted public, what they need, protect life, infrastructure, and property. High points of these strategies are the things I really want to stress. I'd like to take just a moment to discuss the tools that we have to deliver alerts to the public. So earlier this year, the CBJ did become a FEMA certified public alerting authority. That means that we have the ability to push wireless emergency alerts, which are similar to Amber Alerts that you would get on your phone. Those will interrupt any other activities on your phone, whether they're silenced or in do not disturb mode or anything like that. Our iPause alerting status also allows us to partner with our public broadcasters locally to interrupt any radio or television broadcast to make sure that folks who are tuned into those efforts get our emergency alerts. We also have, so that's one set of tool that we have referred to as iPause. Another tool that we have is our proprietary alert sense system. This is an opt-in text system that we've been encouraging the public to sign up for emergency alerts and still are. You can sign up for emergency alerts, Juneau Flood Ready website. And those are subscription-based opt-in text messages that we can send out to the public, text message, email, and phone calls. We plan to send those out in a ready, set, go cadence. I think that this is a public alerting strategy that's proven very effective in communities that experience wildfire evacuation risk. Currently, we are in a ready phase. As the basin becomes full, we'll move into a set phase. During that time, people can expect to be hearing more from us, encouraging folks to be ready, have that go bag packed, have their evacuation plan set, and be fully ready to evacuate. Once the basin begins to release, we will be moving into the go phase of that strategy. And during that time, that's the time to evacuate. Resources for evacuation are available on the Juneau Flood Ready website. I won't belabor them during this meeting, but there are resources including evacuation shelters, where folks can park their cars, and how folks can connect with the city during that time to get any information that they might need. I think it's really important to call out that it is possible that the basin release without becoming full. In that scenario, in this context, we would move straight from ready to go. We would skip the set phase. That is unlikely, but it remains a small possibility that the basin could release at any time. So folks should truly be ready during the ready phase as we prepare to move into set and go. And so with that, I think those are the high points that I'd like to stress from the memo. And so I'll leave it there if there are any questions.
Thank you, Mr. O'Shaughnessy, for that overview, and thank you very much for your efforts and work on this really important topic. So we appreciate that, along with many other staff and other partners. Questions from the Assembly on this item? Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Last week, I did attend a meeting held by the Juneau Flood Fighting Preparedness Group, and they did have a few questions. I did manage to get a few of them answered by Madam Manager, but I was thinking it might be helpful to also, in case anybody's still listening, to also have them possibly stated on the record. There were people concerned about, cars going down the street when they're flooded and possibly impacting their homes. So people were kind of wondering when, during our process, would streets be closed?
Mr. O'Shaughnessy.
Thank you. We do intend to close streets in the impacted area to local traffic only. We will look to our partners at the state to help us with those closures and help us enforce those closures. Sure, follow up.
So just to follow up, people warning specifically when in the process that might occur? or is that something that would be determined by our partners?
Sure, thank you for the question. That would happen during the set phase, assuming that we do have that phase. As we begin advising people to actively prepare for evacuation, we would make efforts to care for traffic in those neighborhoods.
I just have a quick one. Seems like you've gotten a good amount of tools, the alerts and those type of things. Are you feeling pretty good that you've, informed people in the area, the, press releases, the members of the press are aware, and that anyway, that people are impossible to get to everyone, but are you feeling good that people are aware of those tools? Or
Yes, I think that's the primary advantage of the unified command structure. By having the CBJ, Tlingit Haida, the state of Alaska, our federal partners all in the same room, not only coordinating our response, but coordinating our response objectives, our communications that are going out. We ensure that communications are timely, that they're accurate, and that they're consistent across all agencies and platforms. So yes, I'm feeling very confident about our messaging strategies.
Cool. Thank you. Further questions? Mr. Kelly, we do have a couple probably motions. I know we need some HRC appointments, so.
All right. I think I'll make this one my last question then. Another question that came up last week's meeting was people who might have cameras on their own property, if they happen to observe a breach. Will there be numbers that will be made available that people can contact, or could people also call a non-emergency police dispatch?
Thank you for the question. In terms of folks reporting any issues with the HESCO barriers, if folks live along the river, the best thing for them to do if they notice any issue with the HESCO barrier in terms of stability, or really anything out of the normal with the HESCO barriers, would be to contact the project managers that they typically work with. During our response, those project managers will be functioning in a forward observer role, and will be the ones primarily responsible for those last-minute inspections and checklists with the HESCOs. In terms of your question about phone numbers and how folks can contact those things in an emergency situation, 911 will always be the best resource in a true emergency. During the set phase of our response, we will be activating a flood information hotline that members of the public can call to get information about flooding, evacuation, and those kinds of resources. However, I just stress that 911 is the best resource for emergencies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Shaughnessy. I don't see any other questions. Thanks for your work, and well, hoping for the best here. Okay, moving on to assembly reports and committee of assembly member comments and questions. Let's go to our HRC chair for any appointments needed.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have two for you today. First up, I move the appointment of Cameron Pike to a term beginning immediately and ending June 30th, 2028 to the Historic Resources Advisory Committee, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Seeing no objection, those appointments are approved.
And my last one is I move the appointment of to the State of Alaska Emergency Response Commission, the appointment of Thomas Young Bear, Community Group Seat 9 for a term beginning immediately and ending December 31st, 2027, and I ask for unanimous consent.
Seeing no objection, that appointment is approved. I believe there was one other motion. Ms. Wall.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I move the assembly direct staff to prepare an ordinance appropriating $735,000 from general fund for Don Zucchini Playground site prep. No, that's not what I said. And we will send that to finance.
You've heard the motion. Any objection to the motion? Seeing none, that motion is adopted. Any critical committee liaison reports, assembly member comments and questions? And Mr. Bryson, I think maybe just to give that report, there was a lot of work that went into that short-term rental task force. Is that okay if we move that to the next meeting?
No, the amount of time that we spent on it, we should absolutely save it for the next meeting when we have some time that we can really discuss it, because it's going to take a little bit more assembly action than just reading the report.
Okay. Thank you for your understanding of our time constraint here, and I agree with you. Seeing no critical assembly reports, moving on to continuation of public participation on non-agenda items. Do any of members of the public wish to testify on any non-agenda items? Seeing none, we do not have executive session this evening, and there are no supplemental materials. Therefore, at 11:03, we are adjourned.